morning, everyone. Today is June 18th, 2026. Welcome to the annual owner member meeting and our governing board meeting. My name is Christine Novello. I'm the governing board president. And again, we're very happy to have you here. Before we get started, I'd like to ask you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and rise if you're able. Yes. So good morning, everyone. And again, welcome. We're very pleased to have you here. I'm Christine Novello. If you missed it the first time, I'm the governing board president, one of 9 directors. We do have all 9 directors present. I believe we have Director Chatton, who is online. Director Chatton, John, could you unmute yourself and say hello just to check?
I am here.
From on high. Thank you, sir. And again, we welcome you all. Before we get started, we'll read some very quick meeting procedures. The governing board and its committees conduct all their meetings in compliance with Arizona Planned Community Association open meeting laws per ARS 33-1804 and in concert with RCSEW bylaws, policies, and standing rules. Parliamentary procedures as outlined in the most recent edition of Robert's Rules of Order will also be followed in all meetings as appropriate, consistent with Bylaw 3.07, Procedures for Owner Member Meetings, and Standing Rules number 2 and number 3. So all those little technicalities aside, I invite you now to silence your cell phones if you're carrying one. I reminded myself to do the same just 30 seconds ago. So please do that so that you can enjoy the rest of the presentations. We will start today's meeting really in 2 parts. We'll start with a report. It's our annual report of operations and then an annual report of the governing board. So our general manager, Stephen Erno, will come to the podium and give us all a report of what's transpired during the past fiscal year.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you, President Novello. Good morning, governing board and community. Thanks for everyone showing up today. This is a great turnout. Happy to see that. So what I'm going to talk about today primarily is, when the governing board instituted a strategic plan, and through those are all the different initiatives that they've asked us to accomplish. So we're going to talk about those today, and then I know that President Novello will have her report and so on. So appreciate you all coming out today. We're going to get started here. So just kind of who we are. So this is our team that we have, and these are the fine folks over here that we're fortunate to have on the team that are keeping things running, all the different managers. They're available for questions for you after the meeting, as well as when I have a question and answer session. If it's something I can't answer, then these folks will have the answer for me, hopefully. So again, what we do is we're focused on the strategic plan. Now these are things that the governing board said, hey, we want to accomplish these additional things in addition to just keeping the place running well, keeping things moving forward. And so the governing board laid these things out. And through that process, back in March of 2025, that was initiated then. It's a 3-year plan. So every year the governing board will review that. So I'll be reviewing the strategic plan with them this coming fall in September to update for the following 2 years. In other words, we're right now completing FY26. Those items that are in FY27 are fairly set. Of course, the governing board can certainly make changes to those as well. And then they'll be focusing on 28 and 29. So it's always a rolling 3 years. And again, I'll work with them to set those priorities. We're anxiously awaiting, and we have the representative from Barry Dunn. Jason is here to later talk about the master plan. The master plan will be one of those things that will help feed the strategic plan and lay out the things that the governing board would like us to move in and the order which they would like us to move on. One of the things that when this was adopted that we talked about was the need to make sure that as we go through these, as we go through these, that these are all done both with transparency and accountability, but always focused on what's best for the membership. And that's really what we've been doing here. And that's why, if you were here for the mid-year, you also heard me talk about the strategic plan then. Obviously, I'm focusing on that during this presentation. I speak to it a lot during the governing board meetings, at GM Ops meetings, always keeping it on the forefront because, again, these are the things that are a priority to the governing board, so they obviously that are a priority for us. This thing is just not cooperating for me. There we go. All right, so within the strategic plan, there are 5 focus areas: fiscal sustainability, innovation and innovative high-performing organization, recreation, charter clubs, leisure interest, infrastructure, golf, sports pavilion, and facilities, as well as a high-quality member experiences. So those are the areas within the strategic plan that then we have just come up with the different initiatives that go into that. So the plan right now lays out for FY26, 20 strategic items. FY27 currently has 18 strategic items. And then right now, FY28 only has 2, but certainly that's going to change, of course, as I work with the governing board in the fall here to update that. So again, I'm going to focus on the FY26 strategic items, okay? So I'm going to run through those, and then certainly at the end, I'm going to have the availability to have you ask questions and talk about those items, or any other item if you have any questions on anything. So one of them was to improve communication and strategies for transparency for the governing board, and we've done that. We significantly increased board communication. We've done that in many ways. So we had them out at the Lizard Acres grand opening. We've had that in the past, but we're making sure that we can get as many board members as possible at the newcomers events. We've had some pop-up parties that we've invited the governing board to make sure they're there so they can interact with the members while they're there. Done some videos with them through my GM videos to help have them present in those. The master plan engagement, so I know many of them attended many of the master plan engagement opportunities. And then we also had them engage with Westmark. So Westmark is an organization that is for the West Valley that the Rec Centers is now a part of. Part of that, the goal was to make Sun City West better known, because the reality is I'm a native to the Valley here, and I can tell you that while people know of Sun City West, they don't know what Sun City West is. So part of what the goal with Westmark was to give ourselves a place at the table and to have a better recognition from a standpoint in the Valley, so that folks know exactly what we have and what we're all about. We also are looking for new revenue opportunities. So one of the things that the governing board gave direction on and implemented during this budget cycle was the credit card processing fees for member dues. This actually saved the association over $300,000 in credit card fees that were being paid for those folks that were using credit cards. We also looked into the opportunity to have some cell tower revenue, and there's several other things that we're looking into. This is one of those ongoing things that will continue to focus on. Are there opportunities to increase revenues, which then impact and keep your member dues low? One of the things that there was concerns about back when this was created was some possible safety concerns, and we've done that. So we did actually take a part-time safety employee and make that position a full-time to focus on safety for the members, safety for our employees. And so specifically during this, we evaluated and addressed some safety concerns over Glass Fusion and Clay Club, but we also done a whole campus-wide review from a safety aspect. And then we're going to continue, obviously, to keep doing that. And anytime we have any kind of incident or anything that happens, our safety coordinator is reviewing that and making sure that there's that can't hopefully happen again, and see if there's any adjustments that need to be made to make sure that we're keeping everything as safe as possible for everyone that's using our facilities. All right, we're also asked to evaluate our online scheduling system and figure out ways that we can make that better. So we're actually excited. We found what we believe to be a solution for that, a good solution. So part of this, again, was to evaluate. So we've done that. We've looked into and we found a solution that we believe is going to work. We're still making sure that it's going to fit all the criteria, but we believe that it's going to do that. It's got community scheduling system, a community calendar, the ticketing for events we believe can be handled through this, as well as many other features. So again, we're working with that vendor right now to make sure operationally that it's going to actually do all the things that we believe it will do and that they say it will do. But again, I'm always cautiously optimistic on these things. I don't like to jump into them and then have them, promise the world, and then it turns out, oh, they couldn't do what we wanted to do. So, but we believe, again, we're pretty excited about this, and we'll be looking at this over the summer to make sure that it's the right solution. All right, we're also asked to look at our our club track system for technology solution for the tracking of people when they come into our different facilities. Right now, Club Track is our current custom-built member system. As we evaluated that system, what we found after many, many attempts to find a better off-the-shelf system, we just haven't found one. And so what we believe, and working with that vendor, is that we can actually continue to enhance that system. And we have made some recent upgrades to that, some location tracking that we're able to do. And then we also believe that we're going to be able to use that same system to implement some RFID. That's the system where maybe hopefully your card will be, you'll be able to just tap it kind of thing, or use your phone to make it even more simple for folks to be able to come into our facilities, not just the clubs, but all facilities. We're looking at RFID as a solution in the future. But again, anytime it comes to these kinds of things, we want to be really careful about it. We don't want to, throw money at something and have it not work out. So we want to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed before we jump into any new potential new solution. All right, we also were asked to look at possibly expanding evening and weekend activities, because nowadays folks the demographics are changing a little bit, and there's a lot more folks that are actually still working, and we were able to do that. So we expanded the club operation hours and room rentals on Sundays, and we've got 3 clubs now that are offering evening and weekend classes. We got open play, volleyball, and 2 days, as well as indoor. We've done these pop-up parties. Hopefully some of you have been to those pop-up events. They've been really successful and really well received. And then we also had that craft fair. Hopefully you all made it out to the craft fair. That was a huge success, and we're super happy on how that turned out. So again, we think there's still can even be some things we can do on this, but we have also accomplished this goal as well. All right, so we also wanted us to assess non-club social activities, and again, we've done a lot of these, and this has again turned out really well. I mentioned already the craft fair as a non-club activity. Hopefully, some of you got a chance to check out DJ at the pool. We're also working on doing some mocktails this summer. We're going to kind of put that together from some classes on that, as well as some tamales in the fall here as an opportunity as well. Some barbecue classes are being worked on. Some really good stuff's happening over at the theater. If you've not been over there, I encourage you to check that out. The staff's doing an amazing job over there. Tia, who runs the place, and Casey and all of her team. As well as we then did a game show that went over really well, that we did some collaboration with the club. So we're really continuing to look at those ways that we can offer some non-club related social activities for those folks that don't necessarily want to have these activities, but they don't necessarily want to join a club to have them. They just want to be able to go when they want to go. So we're going to continue to assess those opportunities as well. All right, they wanted us to look at enhancing employee recognition and engagement, and we did do that. We did quite a bit of that this year, and kudos to Kirsten and her team for, she's the HR director, for making these happen. We had some leadership training for all the managers and supervisors and leads. That was 48 employees that we brought together to do some training with them. We have our employee recognition luncheon, employee appreciation breakfast. We had some veteran recognitions. We had 58 employees, and 43 of those employees were part-time employees. We did an organizational-wide health and wellness survey to find out what folks think of our benefits and what they would like to see differently. And then we also did a survey from our managers and supervisors to figure out how can we better serve them and equip them to manage their teams. So quite a bit of engagement. Again, this is one of those items we'll continue to work to see what else we can do, but proud of the work that's been done there for the organization. Improve the board member training and onboarding. So this was one of those items that the board was wanting us to get a little more involved with, to try to help better position those board members when they come on board, so that they fully understand their role and our role and how things function. And it was very well received this past September. We'll continue to kind of work with the incoming president to continue to refine that. But we had the association attorney there because there's a lot of legalities that go with being on the board, and making sure that they understand some of those challenges that they may have, as well as the responsibility that comes with it. We had a operations presentation to explain kind of in better detail how we function operationally. And then, of course, the strategic plan, explaining to them what it is, how it works. And I think, and again, we're at the point now, because it was still new at that point to some board members, but every year it's going to be new to at least some board members. But also to not only explain what the strategic plan is, how it works, and what the expectations are, but also to then, as I mentioned, focus on updating that plan each year as to what the governing board would like to see us working on for the coming years. All right, the governing board also wanted us to conduct a wage survey and implement a structured compensation plan. And we wanted to make sure that the organization was competitive in order to attract and retain folks. So we did that, and we used several sources, including a system called PayFactors. PayFactors is a organization that takes data from many companies across the U.S. and locally as well, and all the different regions, and you can slice and dice that data and do it by your criteria that you're looking for. So the goal was to take positions and look at them and compare them against the market and find out what the market's paying for those positions, and then made adjustments in the pay and pay ranges that were appropriate. The board had approved a 4% amount towards salary wage increases for the salaries as well as merit increases. I'm proud to say that through not only the merit increases, but primarily through the wage adjustments, we actually came in under budget at that. I believe we came in at 3.6% rather than 4%. So while we did make adjustments, we were very mindful of what we are and who we are, and adjusting appropriately. So this was a very successful initiative that was completed. All right. Also, there were some concerns about the Wi-Fi and connectivity that exists throughout our organization and the different campuses. Kyle and his team did an amazing job on that. Kyle's our IT director. Upgraded the circuits, increasing the bandwidth at all of our facilities. Added multiple Wi-Fi access points, so hopefully you're finding that Wi-Fi is better. I know there were some places that, particularly over at the park, and I think even at softball and some other places, that there were some concerns about Wi-Fi coverage, and we've got those much better off. We also changed the login splash page. So if you're familiar with that, when you first attach to one of our networks, it's going to give you a warning that says, you know, there's to be aware of, this is an open network, all that such. The problem was, in the past, it was literally every single time you got logged into that, and it would be a barrier to that user experience. So we made adjustments to that so it doesn't happen every single time. But the best part is all that was done with a resulting savings of $1,700 per month, which is fantastic. Again, kudos to Kyle and his team for putting that together. So one of the things I wanted to look at also was the brand standards and marketing strategies. So Katie and her group have done a fantastic job with this. I'm so proud of this, and this is a really important, I think, for the organization. Is created the branding guidebook. So that includes the standard logos, colors, the color palette, and all those things, as well as a style book. So that's the lexicon. In other words, how we present the words and the proper way to make sure that everything's the way they're capitalized, how we say, when and how we say things like the recreation centers of Sun City West or rec centers. You know, it's important to make sure that there's standardization of that in order to have an appropriate organization and present properly to the outside world. So great job on that. Standardized presentations and templates so that there's consistent branding. Improve some of the posters and signage around the campus so that we try to have a consistent look with that as well. One thing that drives me crazy when we have just all these random pieces of paper hanging up, and my staff, they know very well my feeling on that. So trying to make sure those things are done more professionally and in a better way. We partnered with My Town TV series that's going to be coming out, hopefully be coming out here, and it's going to showcase the community, as well as a TV show for folks trying to find love over 60. That's still in production. We'll see how that works out. The pilot on it actually was really cool. We actually presented the pilot, so they've actually run the pilot. We'll see if they actually then, if any of the networks pick it up. But the great thing about those two things, those are opportunities for us to really showcase what a great community we have, the amenities, the folks that live here, all the things that happen here, and it's done in a national way that make people sit up and take notice of Sun City West and how great it is, and continue to have folks that want to move here. We've also improved the golf marketing materials, making sure those are consistent and providing the best possible outcome with those. And then there's just been there's way too many to mention. We really have focused a lot on our marketing and branding and what that looks like. So great job to Katie and her team for that. Hopefully you all responded to our annual community satisfaction survey. So the board wanted us we used to do those in the past, my understanding. I'm not sure when the last time was that we've done them. But the goal with this really for us, when the board gave this direction, was to create a consistent survey that we can use year over year, so we can compare that data and get information on trends, on demographics, things like that. So really did a great job with this. Katie, again, and her team did a great job with this. This was sent to over 22,000 members. And out of that, we had over 5,200 members respond to that, which is a great survey response rate. We needed to get just over 3,600 surveys in order for it to be statistically valid with a 2% margin of error. So to have 5,200 responses is really good. What that means is, even if you didn't complete it, or even if we had gone literally door to door and gotten everybody's response, statistically the outcome would have come out the same. That's what the statistically valid refers to. I just want to make that clear that that's the reason why it's important that we got over that number. One of the many things came out of it that I thought was interesting was that the overwhelming majority of people strongly agree that they would recommend Sun City West to their friends or relatives, and they also felt that the dues were fair and reasonable. So great outcome on that. Again, we'll continue to do those every year, so look for those coming out in the future. We'll do those again sometime towards the end of this year, beginning of next year, and continue to gather that data so that we can continue to provide the best service going forward as well. All right, they wanted us to look into seeing, hey, is there a possibility that we could do some sort of televised golf event? And we've actually made some significant progress on this. And this one I'm going to be a little bit vague on because I can't get into a lot of details, but I can tell you that we have made significant progress on this. We've connected with some possible production partner, and we're working towards finalizing those details, see what that's going to look like. And we're going to basically move this forward, if the governing board approves it, to be on the strategic plan going forward, if they still want to do this into next fiscal year. Right now we're exploring, and we're hoping to move that into execute into next fiscal year. Again, great progress on this. This is just one of those things that there's a lot of moving parts, and parts that really at this point we can't really get into details about, but we're definitely making progress on that. All right, they also wanted us to look at evaluating and improving golf advertising and events, and again, accomplish this as well. So we've evaluated and improved all of the existing golf advertising materials to make sure that they're up to date with all the brand standards and such, and making sure that they're presented properly. One of the publications we use is Sound of Freedom magazine. We updated that promotion in there. Promoted gift cards at Christmas. Hopefully you all bought some gift cards for folks, some golf gift cards for Christmas gifts. We put the ad placement in the Peoria Sports Complex Spring Training Pocket Guide calendar. And some might say, why Peoria? Well, because our market data from the annual community satisfaction survey indicated that the vast majority of folks came from, was it Washington and, I'm looking to Katie, where is she at? Yeah. So basically the folks that were coming are the ones that are playing in Peoria. So again, we wanted to target those folks. So we were strategic about where we placed that ad. We created some spring break specials to encourage members with their grandkids to come out and play, as well as had a couple of pop-up parties. And again, those have gone over really successful. Folks really enjoyed that. And then that evaluation and improvement, that's of course going to be one of those ongoing things, but some really good progress being made in that as well. They also wanted to look at what would happen if we did some additional things, made some changes over the sports pavilion when it comes to bowling. And I'll tell you that Gary Zarek and his team over there at Sports Pavilion have really knocked it out of the park on this one. I mean, we have seen significant improvements in increased lineage and revenue just by making some really minor adjustments. I should say minor, maybe they're not minor. Some adjustments to the start times, the leagues, and such. Also adding some Tuesday league, added more players. One of the things he did, but I thought was great, was created a Saturday residents only league. Had a lot of success with that, a lot of folks enjoying that. So we have seen a lot of increase in revenue over the sports pavilion, and as a whole, obviously when you bring more bowlers in, they also then recognize, oh, hey, there's billiards we can play here, of course, Lizard Acres. So it's led to increases in the sports pavilion just overall. So really, really proud of that one as well. That's a great success for us. All right, we also want to look at how we can look at some ways to find some additional ways to improve the use of some of our low-use golf courses. So again, talking about the Stardust, those social events I talked about, we had one in January, and then because it was so successful in January, we did another one in April that was even more successful. That one, I believe we had about 400 people that came out to that. We're focused on using golf as a gateway. That's the whole point of this. We want to encourage folks through these types of activities to come out, enjoy the golf course, and sometimes a little more relaxed atmosphere. We recognize that sometimes maybe somebody has some inclination maybe to play golf, but there's sometimes an intimidation factor that goes with that. There's a lot of rules, a lot of etiquette. So finding ways to get folks out to the golf course and then hopefully to use that as the gateway towards getting them to become golfers. Because again, we want to continue to have more golfers using our courses. That keeps the cost down and of course the dues down overall. So that relaxed social atmosphere, sparking that interest. So we're going to continue to look at that. We do think that there could be, and as we come through and finalize the master plan this fall, we do believe there could be some other things that come out of that from the member survey information and all the data that Jason and Barry Dunn from Barry Dunn, what his team has gathered. So we'll see what comes out of that, but ways we can also even further that way of increasing those non-traditional golf type activities. Okay, the goal of this one was I know it's been talked about for a lot of years, and that's again, we have Jason from Barry Dunn was to hire a master plan consultant to prepare that master plan. I know it's been talked about for a lot of years, and we did successfully contract with them. And I'll have to say that, and I'm going to do a little quick plug, really Jason and his team have just knocked it out of the park, in our opinion. I know that we've got a lot of positive feedback from the community about the level of engagement, the amount. I know he'll talk about, I'm sure, just the fact that they've received an unprecedented amount of feedback from this community, which does not surprise me one bit. I'm thrilled to see it. And they've done a great job with all that. So we're excited to get that wrapped up here this fall. And again, I'm not going to steal his thunder, but he'll go into that a bit as well as when he does his presentation and update on that. All right, create a store with unique Sun City West logo items. So we've done that. If you've been over to the R.H. Johnson Pool Lobby, you'll see that there's a place now where you can purchase apparel and totes and coolers and water bottles and a whole lot more. And then don't forget also you can pick up your Lizard Acres hats and t-shirts and such over there at the Sports Pavilion. So we're going to continue to look at ways to even expand that as well. We're hoping at some point perhaps to add an online component. We'll see if we can get that to work out through our software system that we have. But we're going to continue to look for that, and we look for ways to even improve that. So if you have suggestions on things that we should carry or like to see there, we're always open to that. All right, increasing community engagement and member involvement. And this is great. I'm thrilled to see this. This is, I know this is from just visually, I can tell this is more than last year, so that hopefully that means that we've done some of this right, but trying to get folks more engaged with the rec centers and their community. So we're doing that through, again, these pop-up events, having the board out there to talk about it. You may notice that I say they because it's Katie and her team are putting my face out there all the time on Facebook with my videos. I know you're just thrilled when you see my videos come up and you can't wait to see them every time. I do enjoy doing them though. Actually, they're a lot of fun to do, and I have to give credit to the team because they always basically tell me where to be and what to say, and I just put it out there. So the monthly talk with the team, if you've not experienced that, I encourage you to come out to talk with the team. So each month you have an opportunity to come out, and it's just a relaxed atmosphere. There's no agenda, there's no presentations. It literally is just to come, and if you have questions or you heard things on Facebook or any other rumor mill, or you just want to know the answers to your questions, or you just want to come out and visit with us, we're happy to see you. Grab a donut, hang out with us. You can get information and questions answered right from the horse's mouth. And we're happy to do that. We love seeing folks out there for that. We worked with the clubs on some promotions. We've done several surveys and also some contests throughout the community. So again, kudos to the whole team because it kind of involves a lot of folks on this, but they've done a fantastic job with this. And that is all 20 of our items. And again, proud to say we successfully accomplished all of those for the governing board. Again, when I say our items, it's the governing boards. They're the ones that gave the direction, and without their leadership and direction on this, we would not have been able to be successfully accomplishing. So I appreciate their support on that. Shameless plug for Talk with the Team. We got one coming up here on the 29th, so if you want to come out and hang out with us, again, grab a donut. We do continue them through the summer. It's not just a, other time of the year kind of thing. So, you come out, it's over at the Village Meeting Room, which is over at R.H. Johnson by the lecture hall. There's always A-frame signs out there if you can't find us, but yeah, swing on by and chat with us if you'd like. And then a shameless plug, and I know several of our folks here are even sporting the new merchandise that we have. Thank you. So we wanted to celebrate America 250. Yeah, look at that. We have some out here, but we'll continue to have this merchandise available as well, or any other merchandise. The goal with this is a couple of things, of course. It's just showing that community pride to get involved and to have that community pride. We also hope, though, that, as folks have these things, maybe they go back to wherever they're from to visit or whatever, they also would be wearing these things that make people say, hey, Sun City West, tell me about that. And that is the goal as well, is to get that from a marketing standpoint. We want you to be out there doing that. So, and with that, I'm going to turn this over to Cliff, who's going to be giving a very quick financial update. Cliff Swan is our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning, everyone. I know that wasn't for me. You'll be clapping when I'm done. No, thank you for showing up today. It's a great crowd. A lot of familiar faces, but a lot of new faces in the crowd. It's great to see you. I'm glad you're here. We've got some wonderful financial information to present on this fiscal year. We've got projected out, it's actuals through April, mostly actuals through May, and projected June. So I want to talk about the numbers because it really is all about the numbers at the end of the day, especially when we're talking about master planning and having funds to be able to do some of the things we want to do in the community. I'm going to just take this microphone off. Take it with me. How about that? Okay. So let's get started. And this is just a quick presentation. But for the year, we're going to finish up at about $879,000 in excess in our operating. And we'll also add $1.2 million in reserve fund allocation. So we're going to be able to add a little over $2 million this year into our reserve fund calculation for the year, which is phenomenal, because when we put the budget together, we at least want to be able to add what is up there in the estimated reserve fund allocation. But if we end up with excess, that tells us that we finished the year better than we thought we would in terms of the budget. So there's a lot of factors that go in and out of that, and I encourage you to attend the Budget and Finance Committee meetings that we have throughout the year to know exactly what those are. But at the end of the day, we're going to add from operations $2 million into our reserve fund calculation. And we'll get into that calculation. So what our reserve fund does is it pays for our capital improvements. So it pays for the repair and replacement of the assets of the community. So when we talk about our operating, that's to run the facilities, to run the day-to-day, payroll, lights, all the things that it takes to run the day-to-day. When we talk about capital improvement, these are expenditures for fixed assets that are within the community. And our community is aging. It broke ground in 1979. All the facilities were completed and built through 1995 with this facility. And so the place is aging. And so we want to be able to continue to invest into our facilities. And that's what your dues and the fees that you pay here are for. They're an investment into this facility. So, but when we talk about the capital improvement spend, we budgeted $5,568,000 in this fiscal year. With everything that we've spent and what we're projected to spend, we're going to spend about $5,456,000 of that. So we'll have approximately $100,000 in savings in our capital improvement budget. The good thing with that is when we allocate those funds, we allocate them from the reserve fund. So if we don't spend those funds, they stay right in the reserve fund. So that savings will stay in the reserve fund and be able to be used for future capital expenditures. So looking at the reserve fund calculation that I referenced earlier, if we take that $2,077,000, this year we're going to generate approximately $5.9 million in APS. So that's an investment fee that people pay when they move into the community, the one-time fee. That's what we'll collect this year, $5.9 million in that investment fee. So we've collected through operations $2 million. We'll have $5.9 million in APS. There's some other contributed capital. The bulk of that was some Arizona Office of Tourism funds that we received that we're going to apply to the Echo Mesa irrigation project. But that's $215,000 in total other contributed capital. And then we take and use those funds to pay for that capital budget, that $5.455 million. We're going to end up with an additional approximately $2.8 million this year. And what that'll do is it'll get transferred right into that reserve fund. Okay? So this was a small year in terms of capital expenditures because the capital budget this year was $5.5 million approximately. Next year's capital improvement budget is over $11 million because we have a big irrigation project. So next year we won't be able to add to the reserve fund, but we're going to offset what we're going to need from the reserve fund with this $2.8 million this year, which is phenomenal. So when we look at the reserve fund, we put these funds in an investment, okay? It's our reserve fund investments. So I wanted to talk about how that reserve fund did this year. So if we look at our investment income, currently we have approximately $33 million in the account, $33.1 million in our reserve fund, okay? So if we look at the performance of that, we started the year at approximately $30 million. So the investment income that we received from interest and dividends in our reserve fund will be a little over $1 million. And then if we look at the realized gains and unrealized gains and losses, so market valuation changes, that's what that unrealized gains and losses is, the performance and how it's changed throughout the year. So we'll approximately have an investment account gain of $2.8 million this year, which is wonderful. So if we take the beginning balance of $30 million, that's adjusted for the reserve fund transfer that we had this year, because we had to transfer money out of the reserve fund from last year, okay? We started the year at approximately $30.3 million. We've got the reserve fund transfer from this year of $2.8 million from operations and APS after the capital spend, and we look at that investment account performance of $2.8 million. Our reserve fund by the end of the year will be approximately $36 million. So we spent $5.5 million this year, and we started the year at $30 million. We're gonna end up positive $6 million after spending that in capital improvements. Again, this is all positive, great cash flow for us, especially when we need to bankroll some of the master plan items that are gonna come out in the future. It won't be enough to do everything, but it'll certainly help towards that, which ultimately helps in future dues assessments. All right, so how do we measure that approximately $36 million? How do we know that that's a good number? Well, in this community, we have approximately $120 million in reserve fund assets, okay? So that's not the buildings, and that's just the components of the buildings. It's not the properties, okay? But when we look at the components of all the assets that we have here, it's approximately $120 million. 72 million of that is used up, okay? So if you look at the fully funded balance, it's the used up portion of the assets, okay? So we've used up approximately half of our assets, okay? But the good news is we look at that fully funded balance, what we do is we take our reserve fund balance and compare it to how much of that used portion there is, okay? The good news is we'll finish the year at 49.6%. So policy says that we have to be at least 40% of that. So we're doing well. We're 49.6%. So that's the great news. And again, that'll position us as we talk about master plan funding. So a very good year overall in our reserve fund account, and the contributions that we received throughout the year, and the capital spend that we had, we were able to save some money there, which stays in the reserve fund as well. So that finishes my financial presentation.
All right, thank you, Cliff. So with that, happy to answer any questions. If anybody has anything they'd like to have answered right at the moment, feel free to come to the microphone. And again, I have all my team here as well, but for anything from me or for the staff. And if you
Yes,
don't, that means...
Stephen, let's start with, we did receive some questions via our online audience, folks who are watching online. So while those of you here in the room are considering what questions to ask, we can ask a few from online. So Sandra, Director Forsey, would you read back the first one of those, please?
The first one is, will the golf courses pay the credit card fees as well? If not, why was this decided?
Right. So at this point, the golf courses are not paying the credit card fee, and maybe Cliff, if you want to talk about kind of how that works and system-wise and some of the details regarding that.
Absolutely, great question. So I'll start by saying, before we instituted a processing fee, we've talked about this for years to multiple budget and finance committees, multiple boards. We always came to the conclusion we would love to do this in a certain way, but we don't have the ability to do it from a technology perspective. Okay, so the idea is that if we can save on these fees, that'll save us in our operating budget. But before we do that, we have to give the membership a way to avoid that fee. We can't just impose a fee. We can't say, hey, you got to pay with a credit card and force the fee on someone. So what we were able to do over the last couple of years through technology enhancements, we were able to create those avenues for members to be able to avoid the fee or have an alternative way of paying without paying by credit card. And not only to be able to do that physically at the point of sale at the membership office, but also to be able to do it from the member portal. So that's what we gained the ability to do. So what we decided to do, what has been discussed, is we put into the budget that for those large transactions that we have, membership dues, annual golf cards, if people are going to pay with their credit card for those transactions, we decided to say, okay, if you want to use a credit card to pay for that, you can do that, but that processing fee is going to be passed on to the person who's paying for those things. Okay, what that does is it saves us $300,000 in our operating budget, which if you equated that to dues, it's about $6 per member if you rolled that all the way throughout the membership. So it's really a cost avoidance for the association. At the same time, we want to make sure, like I said, that members have the ability to avoid paying that as well. Now, the reason we don't do it in golf, and this was all discussed over time. So the reason why we don't do it for those retail type transactions is, one of the reasons is we're in a market, we're going after golfers. We want golfers to come here and golf, and when they pay for their golf, they're not getting a processing fee at golf courses around in the area. Nobody's charging a separate processing fee at golf courses in this area. That's what our market study showed us. Okay. However, when we were discussing this a couple years ago, we posed it to the golf committee and to the golfers. And you know what they said? How much are our golf credit card fees? We want you to increase our golf rates to cover those credit card fees. And we did that in the fiscal year 23-24 budget for golf, because they said, we don't want to be charged a separate fee, just build it into the golf rate. So that's what we did. So again, that's a retail transaction. That's not something that's automatically going to get paid by somebody like a member due, okay? So we didn't want to impose that on them because they agreed to pay for it. Now, if you look, some people have said, well, we should charge outside golfers for credit card processing fees. Well, there's two things against that. One, nobody else is doing it, so that would discourage people. It'd be a barrier to a sale. And two, it's not a large portion of the credit card fees for golf, because if we look at our membership and we look at all of golf, 85% of our golf rounds are paid via credit card, meaning our members are paying with their credit cards. So in vast majority are. So again, we're not singling anybody out. We built those into the rates. We built those in for our member rates, and we built those into the public rates, the golf rates themselves. So again, we're really excited to be able to do this. We're excited to be able to give another option for other people. So if they don't want to pay with their credit card, hey, if you like paying with your credit card and you like the cash back you get, you like the travel points you get, that's great. But other members who don't pay with that way shouldn't have to pay for those extra benefits that credit card people that want to pay with. Personally, I would pay with a credit card anyway, but that's just me personally. So we thought it was a fair way to put that out, and then we presented it to the board, and the board agreed and voted it into the budget. Okay.
Yeah, just to add,
Thank you.
thank you very much for that. Hopefully it clarifies. When the governing board considered this, we looked at several recommendations that came from staff. As we do with everything, the governing board did consider all these things and wanted to also, in addition to all of the market studies, we considered the impact to our residents, to our owner members as well. So just remember, please, despite what you may read or are concerned about, our day-to-day transactions, whether you're at a golf course or at Lizard Acres or any place else, that transactional optional fee is not going to appear this year. It's for the things that we do pay, that it's more, there are alternatives available to each of us as owner members on how we wish to pay our dues and how we wish to add to member credits. So now that those options are available, the governing board considered it and did agree that it was something worthwhile. So again, thanks for presenting the options to us. And we turn it to our in-room now commentators as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwen Rhodes, 125791. First of all, thank you, Cliff. I've also questioned why the golfers weren't paying for it. And that was a perfect answer. We've already built it in so you don't see it. It's there. If you're coming from outside golf, you aren't being charged a fee in addition. You're just paid more there. The second part of it is a question. Will we be able to, I currently pay mine with a credit card just because it's easier than driving up to the office and paying it, and I don't want to put a check in the mail. Will we be able to do I'm not sure the actual terminology, but where you can, yeah, the e-check, thank you,
Or something.
Christine. Will we be able to do the e-check online?
Yes,
Okay,
it exists today, actually.
Oh, good.
Gwen.
Oh,
So,
good.
believe it or not, but now we have an incentive to utilize it.
to do that. Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Price. All the other team members need to buy Cliff a cookie or a donut because he's going to be taking all your questions and keeping you from having to answer stuff on that. So, and my question is directed to Cliff here. It's in two parts. First, relatively new looking at the P&Ls for stuff out here, but the APFs, how does that compare to past years? Is that the amount of money you're bringing in for APFs, is that a lot compared to past years or less? Part one. And then part two, how sensitive is that to the housing market? If the sales decline, changing of the houses, does that APF number, is that more sensitive to that kind of market changes?
Okay, great question. So we measure the APF not necessarily by the revenue because the fee changes every year. We measure it by the transactions. So we budget 1,100 transactions per year. If you take an average for the past 5 years, it's probably averaged about 1,180 transactions for the last 5 years. We had a big spike in 22, 23 coming off of COVID, and the housing market just went crazy. We had like 1,400 transactions. So we're monitoring that. Of course, as we put our budgets together, we keep an eye on that. It is sensitive to the market itself in terms of the transactions. Now, the APF fee itself, yes, we do know that it is our opinion, certainly, that it could rise to a point to where it could affect the sales of a house. We think we're well below that. I will say, in terms of the local market, we're at the top rate, and I think, well, before we put in our budget number for next year, Sun City's actually higher than us, but they do their budget in January, or for their January 1 year end, so, or December 31st year end. So we anticipate they'll be raising theirs up as well. For communities like us that are aged and with all of the amenities that we have, we can't fund our reserve with just member dues. I mean, we could, but the dues would be double than what they are now. So we have to be able to have a way to generate funds to help us. And those funds, those APF fees don't go into the operating budget. Those go right into the reserve fund for capital improvement. So when we put an operating budget together, the APF revenue is not in the revenue section in the operating budget. It's down in the capital section, which goes directly into our reserve fund. So yes, we monitor it. Yes, we keep an eye on it. At the same time, we feel, and a lot of members feel, the board feels, that when people move into this community, there should be a buy-in, because there's people that have lived here for decades who've paid dues over time to help support the reserve fund and the operations of keeping the place looking nice. So we feel that, new members who come into this community should have to buy in. We don't want to make it to a point where it would stop them from moving in. But I tell you what, if you're shopping communities, right, be like shopping hotels, right? When you go, you don't necessarily want to go to the Econo Lodge maybe, or the Super 8, but
Or maybe you do.
but that's not us, right? So we provide a great value for what you get, and we're not the cheapest, but we're not the most expensive either. So we like to kind of be in that wheelhouse, and we feel like our APF should reflect that as well.
So using your hotel analogy, it's kind of like the resort fee.
Yes. Well, yes, kind of. Yes. But
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Linda Keelan, 145465. I was wondering what the possibility is of members, grandkids having on golfing, that they have a rate yearly, or a rate like, say, kids under 16 be able to golf, like, say, throw out a number, $12. I know this year you had the spring break, but that only covered a really short duration. As an example, our grandkid came after that when they were on break, and I was wondering if there's any possibility of having it a yearly rate for kids under 16, because ours love to golf. He golfs every day. It gets mighty expensive, to be honest, depending on the time of year.
Yeah.
And I just thought I'd mention that, because I'm sure there's others too that their grandkids come, and that's, could be an option to have a little lower rate. I mean, we're used to seeing that where we came from, kids under 16 paid less.
Yeah.
So I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, good idea. So we can certainly look at that in the coming year and run that through the golf committee. And if the board wants to take that on, then I think it's a good idea. We can take a look at what that would look like.
Point of order, excuse me. I hear someone on the board not only retiring today, but they're having their 60th wedding anniversary.
If you can't hear him, there's someone on the board who's retiring and having her 60th wedding anniversary. Well, speak into him. Speak into him.
Near and dear to me, she has to be my wife.
Well played. I was only speaking because the folks at home couldn't hear you.
I
Thank
thought
you for that.
you were bringing those to me. I was a little disappointed, but
Bill Weaver, 124087. Regarding the resident survey, did you stratify all the data across age groups? And if you did, like, say, 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80-year-olds, did you stratify and were there any significant differences in age groups?
Yeah, well, to answer the first part of that question, yes, we were able to slice the data up however we wanted. We've got a great team. Dave Gebauer in our finance is a wizard with that stuff. So if we say to him, hey, we need to get, information about everybody who's 70 to 80, what they thought of this question and what the outcome was, comparing it to something else, we absolutely can. So, but yes, we've analyzed the data in many different ways, and we'll continue to use that data. The whole point of the survey was not only to get member feedback on how they felt about how things were going here, but also for us to be able to use to make data-driven decisions in the future and provide that data to the governing board and through the different committees as we discuss things as to what we be able to say, well, we know this demographic feels this way about certain things. So yes, we absolutely are able to do that, and we will be using that data for that purpose in the future.
So did you find any differences at this point, or is there anything significant across the age groups?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't really recall. I know that there, again, the team has done some slicing and dicing, but I don't remember anything that stands out right at the particular moment, unless, Katie, if you have anything you recall.
The one thing I can tell you while we're waiting for Katie to come to the microphone is that this was presented at the general manager's operating meeting in January, I believe. Whichever meeting it was presented at, it's publicly available. So you can go to that and look for it there. It's on our governing board hub where all our minutes and so forth are stored. Katie?
Yeah, I can tell you a couple that stand out right off the bat, and they're generational. The value of the dues tends to be higher ranked for people that have just gotten here because they know the market better out there. They've compared us with other communities. So they get here and they're like, this is fantastic. You can raise them, not a problem. Other folks who have been here 30 years, it may be getting a little tighter. They retired a long time ago, so that would be a significant one. And then also when we did the torch analysis, the reasons people were not signing up, the newer generations just didn't have the time. They were very busy doing a lot of different things, whereas people had been here for a while looking for something more static. They tended to not have a problem with the 7-week program. So we kind of look at it based on the question we have, and that we stratify the data that way, but those are a couple examples.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Weaver.
I have one other online before we get too far away. It's, will debit cards also be charged a fee?
No, they are not.
That was my question. That was it.
Oh, I didn't mean to steal you.
Perfect. We got a 2-for-1 out of that one.
Betty Kendall, 104409. Listening to the financial report, I almost think we have a senior abuse problem here because we have the money to make repairs. Like, for an example, repairs were made at the Beersley Center, but the coating on the side that they put on is still too smooth. We had a pool in our backyard for 30 years. We need a rough texture on that pool along the side so people are not slipping and falling. We had one lady not too long ago, through no fault of her own, she fell, broke her arm, had one surgery, needs another surgery, and she's on Medicare. So everyone pays when we have this senior abuse issue. Also, the Johnson pool, the blue plastic on the edge of the pool, it goes into the water. I've only been in there once because I have an eye issue. Many of the homeowners here in Sun City West had macular or one-eye disease after another. We need repairs. We have the money. Thank you.
Yeah. So the pool deck issue, I know that President Novello, I think that's probably part of your presentation. Yeah. And then when it comes to as far as whether it's slippery or not, there is a lot that goes into that. So there's slip coefficients that we look at, and we use that to decide, because there's the problem is if you have it too rough, then you have folks, as they're moving along, they will trip over it being too rough. If it's too smooth, of course, they can fall. So there's industry standards that are used to determine whether or not it's slippery or not, and that's absolutely been determined there is no issue with the pool deck and the slipperiness of it, as far as from a coefficient standpoint.
I totally disagree with you.
Okay.
Was
because
there ever an issue, Stephen?
We made some surface adjustments earlier this year.
Right.
Yeah, but none of them resulted from there was no incidents reported from that.
No,
Yeah,
we did
but-
make some
yeah, we made some
adjustments.
adjustments, sure.
But you're noting something else, am I correct?
Well, no, the two pools are my concern.
Yes, on
And-
Beardsley.
And
You're not- yeah.
I think we have a senior abuse when we have the money and it's not being repaired.
Certainly not our intention to leave anything unrepaired, so we'll make sure that we take that one under advisement. I think as our general manager had mentioned, the team does not believe that there's a slip issue at Beardsley. Definitely, when I make my presentation about Johnson, or that's going to be part of my presentation, we'll address that part there.
Well, everyone pays when Medicare is involved, and they add on all their extra fees. So they will be reimbursed even though we have insurance that may cover it. Thank
We
you.
would, I would hate, again, just speaking, I believe the board would agree with me. The board and staff, none of us want to see any injuries. That's certainly not what we want to see. So please understand that's not the intention. The intention is not only to make our facilities look beautiful, but to make sure that they're always safe and in the best of conditions. So that's not the intention. We'll look into it and make sure that that's the
Thank you.
case. Okay?
Thank you.
We had two other questions come up online that are related to the pool. So Director Forsey is going to ensure that we answer those questions as our General Manager Stephen Erno just mentioned. I'm going to be addressing the Johnson pool decking as part of the board report. So just know that we will come back to those questions and make sure we answer those that are online. Sir, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
All right, Lou Anacone is the. Hi, Lou Anacone is my name. I'm resident here for about 23 years. Actually, I've gone and come back here. That is a real thing, because there's no better place to live than here.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. Can you share with us who is the manager for the fund and how long they've been employed by Sun City West?
Yeah. I don't know the length, so I'll just let Cliff answer the whole question.
So we have a fund advisor.
That's my
That's
question.
Cap Trust,
CAP, C-A-P?
CAPTRUST.
Of course.
They come to present quarterly on the reserve fund at the Budget and Finance Committee meetings.
Uh-huh.
So they will be out to present in either September or October at the next presentation to talk about the second quarter, and then quarterly after that until so. But they present at the Budget and Finance Committee meetings.
How often, or excuse me, how long have they been employed by us?
They started with us in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Erwin Galen, 145464. In regards to golf, I'd like to see a reduced rate for family members when they come in. And also on the fees for the golf carts, you charge $16 to rent a cart. You could charge $16 for a passenger. You charge $16 for a passenger, might as well take another cart. I think it's okay to charge for passenger, but reduce the rate on it to promote that, to promote the less traffic on the course. And and if the fees are $16, I might as well take another cart. I'll speed up the process because you're not running all over the course. You're going your different directions instead of going over here for this person when you got two people on the cart and then going over here. So I'd like to see if what could be done.
Sure, thank you for that. So, yeah, and that's one of those things, just like with the, talking about the rate for the children or whatever. That's all, we set those through the golf committee, so I encourage you, and we'll make sure that they're aware of that coming up in the fall here, but the golf committee, we work with them and provide recommendations for golf fees, and then they come back with things. So that's something, again, if the golf committee thinks that that's something that should be looked at and wants to move it forward, and then we put that into the budget, and then through that process, the governing board makes those decisions on whether or not that's something they want to do. But certainly appreciate the comment and the suggestion, and like I said, we'll bring that forward. And Pat, when he does his, he's over there acknowledging, when he does his presentation, Pat's the golf operations, does the presentations and has the discussions with the golf committee here in the fall, then we can certainly bring that to them and have them review that and consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, listen, again, thank you all so much for coming out. I'm glad you're here and appreciate your support through this. And I will turn this back over, I believe, unless we have anything else online or anything. Yep. Back over to Christine Naval.
Thank you. One more, yes.
Thank you.
One more quick reminder, too. I know for those of you who are online, and I did say to the resident who is asking questions, following the governing board, following my presentation, we will come back to the questions online about the R.H. Johnson pool deck. So we are aware that that the questions were asked, and Director Forsey is going to make sure that I answer them. So once again, it's been my pleasure to serve on the governing board and to serve as the governing board president this year. I'm here to talk to us all and to tell you about the governing board's year overall. And when I say the governing board's year, we're on a fiscal year that starts in July. So our year is coming to a close, if you will. So again, my pleasure to tell you where we are on the governing board's items. And before I get started, just wanted to remind us, Stephen had mentioned all the strategic action items, and one of them was that the governing board gets together, if you will, to have a kickoff, an official kickoff to our year, usually at the end of the summer, right around the beginning of September. That's the point at which not only do we come up to speed on current issues and hear about all sorts of things, but we also set 5 key goals for ourselves for this year, and that's what I'm here to report to you on. But before I get started on that, I want to tell you a little bit more about what we do. Oftentimes, it's hard to sort of keep in your head, what does a governing board do versus the actual staff itself? So this gives you a quick overview of the sorts of things that a governing board director does. The first thing we do, we are fiduciaries, right? What that means is a fiduciary puts the needs, the priorities of the association, of the corporation, ahead of their own. Very important to understand that each and every one of us, all 9 of us, take this role very seriously. We're all volunteers, of course. We're just like you. We live here. We may have our own needs, and we may be thinking of our own activities and what we do. But when we decide on something, we always look at the needs of the association as a whole, the corporation, all members, but the corporation as a whole must come first by law, and that's our responsibility. And of course, speaking of those laws, we make sure that we are all upholding the laws, bylaws, statutes at all times. We're prepared. There's so much that goes into this that you may not know. It's a very rewarding role, but there's a lot of material to consider and to think about and to communicate back to you. For those of you who have come to any of our meetings through the years, especially the ones in the past few months, you've noted that we don't always agree. But that's why there are 9 of us, right? We have different viewpoints. We always put the needs of the association first, but even so, we don't agree what that means. We debate. We've debated with each other very strongly at times, but always with respect. And I'm very proud of us for that. Respect for each other and respect for our fellow residents. Once we make the decision, whatever our votes or independent perspectives are, we speak them with one voice. We stand behind it as a single board. It's a lot harder to do than to say, but I'm proud of us for doing that. And last but not least, we do work together with our staff, as Stephen was alluding to provide oversight. And this is where this notion of oversight can be misunderstood. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about oversight so you can understand what we do and start to build up toward how we ended up with our goals. So when we look at oversight, it's not day-to-day responsibilities. Generally, any board of directors like us delegates much of that to its staff, and that's what we do. We monitor how that's going, true, and thankfully with transparency, great relationships between our staff and the board, we've been able to monitor that together with you. But these are the kinds of things that we do, generally speaking. We're looking at compliance, we're looking at risk management. It's a lot of word salad. Don't try to read this. It's an eye chart. We don't need this early in the morning. What I wanted to do is just basically give you an understanding of what does this really mean? Oftentimes when we talk about oversight and day-to-day management, it's hard to tease it out. We remind ourselves, and the staff reminds themselves, that the governing board deals with the what. What is important? What are the priorities? We rely on our staff to then advise us and talk about how. How will that be implemented? And there's oftentimes a lot of gray in between that. We really have to work together to problem solve. And there's the best way to explain this notion of oversight and what it means versus the day-to-day is to look at a case study. So we're going to look at, we're going to look at a case study here. We've been talking about it a lot. We're all very familiar with this. We live here too, the Johnson Pool Deck. And unfortunately, when we were convening together and kicking off our year, we were at a point in the year where we had our second round of warranty repairs. We have a vendor that we engaged a couple of years back that we're all familiar with. The vendor came in, did the work. It didn't work out as well as we wanted to the first time they came back, because again, it's under warranty. So they came back, they did some repairs. Those didn't work. We called them back again. And again, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. And the vendor really failed. Everything failed. The association was at a loss. And this is staff and governing board together said, we knew that this was a high priority. We knew we needed to work together to work quickly on figuring it out. So let's talk a little bit about what that meant in practice. The governing board had to make a decision, and a quick decision, on what does this mean to us. It's the highest priority that we could have, in our view. We had to make it a priority and then work together with the staff to figure out what does that mean and establish those priorities, as I mentioned, and establish some key decisions and some deadlines for decisions to be made. The staff on its, therefore, went forward with us having decided this was a top priority. The staff started looking toward what are our options? What are the alternatives? Early on, I think we were all hoping that there was some way to repair what was out there. Unfortunately, the vendor that we utilized and all the material was no longer available to us. So they looked at and analyzed with our, advising us on, do we repair, do we replace, what are some alternatives, and what do we do going forward? The governing board, again, dealing with the what, we had to figure out what are those cost estimates, because it's not just Johnson. It's all of our pools. We live here. We know how important those pools are to us. They're crucial amenities. And we need a game plan not only for Johnson, but going forward. And this is why this gray came up, where both staff and governing board worked side by side to try to figure this one out. So again, the staff went forward, looked at those alternatives. We were questioning back and forth. You've seen this play out over the course of the year. And eventually, the board evaluated all of those costs and the impacts and decided to fund a full-on replacement for Johnson, and had to update that 5-year financial plan that we just heard about from our CFO We also agreed by our action to update the 5-year financial plan to include a more frequent maintenance. We know that we're going to need to apply some changes going forward. The governing board doesn't know, nor does it need to know how those will be done, but we did need to project forward a different repair and replace schedule for that fully funded balance. So we did all of that working together. And again, the staff and the governing board had to work together to solve this problem. So if you were wondering, why in the world is the governing board dealing with such a day-to-day initiative, I wanted you to understand why the staff and we worked side by side on this. And that's why we ended up, when we were creating and crafting our 5 key goals, which are generally more strategic in nature, right? They more align to that word salad slide that I was showing with 200 lines on it. But we also recognized that we needed to make this a top priority, not just for ourselves, but for all of us in the community. We really needed to understand how to better do this. So it wasn't so much that we wanted or needed to restore the deck, just one deck, but it was more, what's the long-term impact to us as a community? What does that mean to our finances? Happy to say that, yes, we call this complete, not because the pool deck is repaired. We all live here and we know that it's not. But we have a game plan. We've worked together with the staff, and just in our meeting last week, we agreed with their recommendation on how to repair Johnson. It will be not a repair, it's a replace. So we can talk a little bit more about the details of that when we get to Q&A, because I believe that's one of the questions that had queued up before I stood up here. We'll get to them all. But we did lock arms together as a board. We spent an extraordinary amount of time together with staff. And again, our thanks to the staff for bearing with all of that and being so complete in advising us. So we do have a game plan for next year. We've funded that replacement. And we also have a different R&R plan. As Stephen alluded, all year long, we've been looking at the strategic plan action items that were funded for this year. And as Stephen went through in great detail, you can see that they've all been completed to our satisfaction. We've been monitoring the progression of this through the year. So again, we believe that all of this is complete, but you might be wondering, since we talked so much about it and we've mentioned it, we have our consultant here talking about the master plan. What about the master plan? Well, that's a critical strategic initiative, as Stephen alluded to a few minutes ago. So that's why, obviously, that's very key, but it's already included in our strategic plan to kick off that master plan. And as Stephen mentioned, the governing board will now take the output of that master plan when it's completed in the fall, and they will roll that into priority decisions and creating an update to the strategic plan going forward. The governing board has the opportunity, we'll say that with a big smile, the opportunity to take all of that wonderful, seriously, the wonderful data and analysis and make those key decisions about the priorities and how to fund those going forward. Very exciting times for us. But again, we still had to look in our role, look forward to, we have an existing strategic plan, making sure that we have some funding put aside for those items that we wish to implement in the next fiscal year. Some of those items, based on the output of the strategic plan, based on the output of the master plan, may be tweaked a little bit, those items for 27, but at least there's funding available to complete what the governing board decides is most important. So again, that one's complete as well. If you look at the other item that is arguably one of the hardest to do in practice, because again, we live here too, but we did review all of the operational expenses. And I'll back up just a moment here before I call it done, just to call out the fact that, again, we respect each other, but we debated pretty hard on this one. We could not get 6 of us, which is a requirement under our bylaws, to agree with any one particular approach. But there was one thing we did agree on. We agreed that Sun City West should operate as it currently does, at the same levels of service, with the same beautiful amenities. We did not want to curtail anything. We didn't want to experience what We see in other situations where some kind of a body can't come to an agreement and perhaps there's a little bit of a shutdown of services. We knew we didn't want to do that. So we found a way to compromise through debate. And yes, we came up with a plan and we approved our new budget. We approved the annual dues and fees for next year at a level that will maintain our current operations, that will ensure our beautiful amenities continue to be operated at the same levels of service that we've all come to enjoy. So that's surely a mark that's a positive one for us. Last but not least, about board visibility. Stephen was alluding to some of the more formal opportunities that were presented to us. Well, I don't know if they're really formal, but we had the opportunity to be present at more of our community events. We had the opportunity to get out and meet you at some of those events and have some of the one-on-one conversations that are so important and so insightful, and really just show some opportunity for you to get to know us better. It's hard to measure. The other 4 items are pretty clear to measure the completion of. This one's harder to measure, but I'll give you the best measure I can come up with. When I go grocery shopping in Fry's, it takes me about 5 hours. All right, I'm joking about the 5, more like 3. And my husband will frequently say, you went to the store for 3 items. Where are you? What happened? Well, some of my best governing board president office hours occurred in front of the dairy case or at the deli counter, because you feel like you can approach me and every one of my fellow directors. At least I believe you do. And that's a very good thing. I'm very, very glad that we were more visible. You got to know my face. You got to know who I am and who each and every one of us are. We were more present to you, and I'm very grateful to those of you for those insights. The dairy case and deli counter insights were just as important as those one-on-one meetings that you came to see us on. So that's a big check mark. It's a hard one to measure and it's a hard one to do, but the governing board has always wanted to be more transparent and more visible. We took those opportunities to get out there and to get to know some of you more, and I'm very grateful that we are more visible to you in the community. So with that, really, that's our full year in a very quick encapsulation. I have to say, it's been a very challenging but rewarding year for all of us on the governing board. And we have had a pace of change this year that is likely unprecedented, although every single governing board, I hope you guys realize this. We are so unique in Sun City West. We've said, and several of you came to the microphone and say this, it is a wonderful place to live. We are ranked frequently by several outside organizations as one of the top 10 in the nation. And in that top 10, there's only one other community in Arizona, but more importantly, we are the only community that is self-managed. Each and every one of those communities that are also in the top 10 have builder, developer, extraordinary funding everything that's going on, their building, their events, everything that happens. And that's wonderful for them. But we, as owner members, we fund everything ourselves, and we have for 33 years. We're coming up on year 34. We were, if you will, we took over our own self-management in 1993. That was when the governing board stepped in to take over the responsibility from the developers, from the Del Webb developers. So again, 33 coming up on 34 years of successful self-management. This governing board is very grateful for, and we should all be very grateful for, the accomplishments of the sound decisions of every governing board prior to us. We build on those sound decisions with every year. I stood here a year ago when I accepted the golden gavel from last year's president. I stood here a year ago and acknowledged it would be very hard for the governing board of fiscal year 25-26 to top the accomplishments. I believe we did. And I'm very confident that next year's board will continue to do the same, because that's why we're great as a community of owners. We build on each of our successful years. We work together to try to find our way forward. The pace of change this year has been amazing. I want to point out a couple of things on a more personal level. There are no roses for me, but I'm also retiring today. But all joking aside, Director Williams and I have served on the governing board for 3 consecutive years. I started my service in July of 2023. In that period of time, there have been 3 general managers just in 3 years, and there have been 4 governing board presidents in 3 years. Those are key indications of change, and it's not necessarily a bad thing to have change. We're facing that change with grace. We're moving forward as a community, and I'm very proud and pleased to have been a part of the governing board for that period of time. All of us, I'm sure, are very grateful to each and every one of you for placing this level of trust in us. It's a very difficult role, I won't lie. I know I'm not supposed to make it sound too hard, so we can convince you to run next year, but it's very rewarding in the end for the challenge. You learn a lot, and you get to meet a lot of wonderful people like yourselves that we ordinarily would not have met. So thanks for that. Thank you all, and in particular, I just want to thank the power behind the throne. I'm joking. I want to thank my husband, Ron, for sharing me with you for 3 years, especially this past year where he has really not seen me much. Well, maybe that's actually a good thing. Maybe he would thank you. But no, I want to thank Ron for his support. I really appreciate that, and thank my fellow directors for placing their trust in me to lead them through this year. With that, that's the summary of my report, and we're open to questions, including those difficult questions on the pool deck. So thank you. Director Forsey, before I lose, please keep me honest, and if you could please read those questions back, let's see if we can get those answered, and we'll open the floor up as well.
Has a vendor been contracted to replace the RHJ pool deck, and can the work be scheduled for late fall or early winter?
I think our general manager can answer it in more specifics, but we will say last week we decided together on an approach. So once we actually authorize the general manager to move forward and start executing and doing the vendor selection, we'll have more specifics. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that, Stephen, and the timing?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so the governing board gave direction for a surface which is a surface called Aquaflex. It's a surface that is extremely durable. We've viewed it, I know even several members of the governing board have viewed it in applications. You'll find it a lot in Vegas hotels and resorts. It is a surface that is really phenomenal, actually. I'm excited for it because if you think about some of these resorts that have thousands of people every day running across through pool decks, and I know President Novello even went out and saw one and that had been down for several years and looked really great. So the surface direction was given to us, and so that Aquaflex is that, and then Aquaflex, the vendor selection is easy because there's only one vendor. It's a sole source. So it's a company out of Las Vegas. We have not actually officially contracted with them yet, but we do anticipate that the goal is to work on it, to hopefully have them out here in September or October. But we'll see. We don't have a firm date on that yet, but that's the plan at this point.
And thanks for that. You'll see as we go into the second half, if you will, of the meeting where we actually execute some of the business, the governing board going forward will be working very closely together with Stephen and the staff as those updates are received. It's very important to all of us. I'm not the only, I may have been the one that had the opportunity. I had some pre-existing plans to be in Las Vegas, so I had the opportunity to view some of that. But I do believe that some of the governing board directors will also be seeing some of that. I believe Director Piaskowski has also seen some of these decks as well. So just know it's very important to all of us, and the board will be very closely involved as we move forward. Was there another question too, Sandra?
Since the brown pool decking has been repaired, is there a plan to address the blue pool decking? This is at R.H. Johnson. The blue decking is constantly floating in the pool.
We see it too. And that's part of the overall replacement that we're talking about. At this point, unfortunately, the staff is doing what they can to make those repairs. The material is not readily available, but they're doing what they can. And the game plan is to get that entirely replaced, the edges as well as everything out there, to get it completely replaced in the upcoming fiscal year. Are there any other questions from those of you here on what the governing board has done this year? Well, then I'm going to return to my chair so that we can move on to the next items of business. Oh, there's more? If there are any questions, please come. I believe Karen Ropkin will help you sign in, but you just need to come to the microphone so we can hear you.
Just a quick question. Is this a problem for the entire southern part of America? Pool experience this? This has been going on for 25 years.
So the question, for those of you who couldn't hear, the question was, is this a problem, the pool decking? Is it a problem throughout the entire Southwest? Has it been going on for many years? I think I got that. It's certainly not without its challenges, but the material that RCSCW chose to use was one that failed. There are other solutions that you see around. There are pools all over the Southwest and in the Valley. It's always a difficult challenge to maintain them, but what we're experiencing with that particular failure is a failure of the product and the vendor. So we're taking a different look at making sure we have something that's going to be not only immediately available, but something that's going to be maintainable for a long period of time. Throughout the years, it is what the resident is saying. This is throughout the years, it's always a problem, and that's true. What we looked to from a best practices standpoint, with input from our staff, is looking for other places in very hot climates like Las Vegas, as well as in Arizona. What are some of those leading locations? What kinds of materials are they using? How are they maintaining them? And how are they able to keep them in existence for such a long period of time? The vendor that Stephen was just mentioning and this product has been in place on some of these facilities in Las Vegas for over 10 years. It's a pretty good assurance that it's going to wear well for us. So again, the recommendation came from the staff to the governing board. The governing board looked at many options and decided that we also agreed that it was something that would work well for us. So once we make the funding officially available, the staff will be off and running. We'll come back with more information on that. I hope that answered the rest of your questions. Please, I think you're next.
My name is Mary Fox. I've been a resident here for 15 years. I want to thank all of the volunteers on this board. As a volunteer myself and many of us here, I'm sure we appreciate whatever time you put in arguing or agreeing.
Thank you for that.
I have a back in time question. When I first moved here, one of the neat things that what happened to me here were concerts in the park or movie nights, at which we didn't have to pay a fee, but you could buy cheap food, hot dogs and hamburgers, popcorn, ice cream, things like that. I think that went away because of COVID, but I'm wondering whether there's any possibility that those things might return. For people on a limited budget, it was just a fun thing to do. You could meet your friends there. You could bring pop in your own cooler, whatever, and just sit in the park and enjoy Beardsley and the atmosphere. That's my question.
Thank you for that. I remember I've been here 10 years. My first summer here, there was Arizona, a ballet in the park, and it was a community
That was
event.
extraordinary.
It was, but again, things have moved on and times have changed. So, Stephen, is that something that's in? I know that the department's looking at many options. Is that something? There've been some free pop-up events coming up. Anything else like this that's on the radar?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to mention. So as she mentioned, I talked about a little bit earlier, is we've done some of these pop-up events, and they've all been either free or at a very minimal cost. But we're continuing to look at that. That's one of the goals, is to As I mentioned, as one of the strategic action items for this year, but is going to be kind of an ongoing thing, is continue to look at those ways that we can provide those types of events, those social events, non-club type events that folks can just come to and enjoy, like you said, having a live band or whatever it might be in the park, things like that. So yeah, we're continuing to evaluate those things and find opportunities for that. So I agree. I think they're great events to have.
Thank you for any consideration.
Sure.
And thank you for volunteering to the community. We're a community of volunteers. No matter where we go, all of our clubs, all the things we do, we rely on you. So
Hi, my name's Marla Kemp, and I was just wondering if there's a follow-up plan for the Palm Ridge Pool.
there is, or there will be. That's included in the overall repair and replace because we needed to address the most critical items first, which was Johnson, really. But once once we're past this, once this upcoming, big replacement is done, we'll use the learnings from that to work together with staff to decide what are the next steps. There's funding. I tried to allude to that. There's funding for the next couple of years for replacing or repairing or whatever we choose to do each of the pools. They may or may not be the same material. We'll see how things go with this one and what the options are, but the governing board will consider that in next year. But there's definitely a forward-looking view. Cliff, keep me honest. We put that in there, right? So yes, there's a forward-looking view. In the next 5 years, we have the funding available for each of that. How? We don't know. That's where, again, keep your eyes on the governing board working together with staff.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Roxanne Hernandez, 129717. I've been here for 9 years. So I have two questions, really. The first one, going back to the pool issue, you mentioned there's only one vendor. That's a concern because we only had one vendor for the current and it didn't work out. So is this really the best way to go?
Fair question, and it's one that we've asked ourselves as well. I think it's going to have to be answered by not only by the board, but again, I'll look to Stephen as well. The board considered that it's certainly a risk. We understand. This particular vendor is one that we're evaluating for stability. They've been around a lot longer than the vendor we chose a couple of years ago for the pool that's currently out there. But it is certainly something that the board acknowledges as a risk. That being, this is a single vendor with a single source. The type of material is placed elsewhere, so we could source the material elsewhere, but the vendor company has been around for more than 13 years, which shows a lot more stability than we had before. Stephen, what else would you look at?
Well, I would just add that, so just to be clear, that it's been about 20 years that Aquaflex has existed as a company.
Thank you.
And then, number one. Number two, the deck that's there now was more of a failure of the application and install, not the material, and it was not a sole source. So the vendor that was selected was a lowest bid, essentially. So it isn't as if the vendor that was selected back then was the only vendor that did that rubberized type material. They were just the vendor that was selected because of price. Aquaflex, again, yes, it is proprietary, but again, they're a solid company, and I look at if the Venetian, even the Palms in Vegas is actually they're ripping out their deck to put in Aquaflex. And there's several others. I don't recall what all the different ones that in Vegas that are existing, and Henderson, and there's even some resorts here in the Valley. We went and looked at them to see what they had. So it isn't as if it's some newfangled product or never been used, or even that there's even a concern with the vendor. There's always some concern. I mean, there's no guarantee, of course. And as I've mentioned even in other meetings, there is no perfect pool deck surface. There really isn't. It's really a matter of weighing out the risks and the reward and the cost and all the things, and that's what the board did a phenomenal job in doing. We provided a lot of data to them, and they took all that information and weighed all that out. Honestly, I'm very comfortable with Aquaflex, and I'm very comfortable with the company that is going to be coming out to do that. So I think it's going to be a good solution for us, and I'm looking forward to it, frankly. And I did misspeak earlier when I said September, October. I meant October, November, just to be clear. I want to clarify that.
Thank you. My other question was, again, back when I was first here, more on the line of the pop-up things. They used to do an annual or biannual, like large garage sale type thing in the R.H. Johnson parking lot. That really went over well with a lot of people, and then during COVID that disappeared. And I think that might be another fun activity for the community, because there are other communities like Grand and stuff that have brought that back. So maybe it's just something for us to consider.
Yeah, and as you hopefully went to the craft fair, we did do the craft fair.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I can tell you that it's unlikely we're going to bring back a garage sale, that kind of thing, because what happened was it caused significant issues for us. We ended up with, what folks did, unfortunately, was they left their stuff. Whatever they didn't sell, they left.
But they also had arranged for like Goodwill to come pick up all that stuff.
It created significant issues for us. So, I mean, again, I loved the success of the craft fair, and I just can see us moving, continue to move forward in the future. The garage sale type thing, though, I just don't think we're gonna be doing that. There was too many issues with that. I just want to be clear on that. I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm sure it was good. I'm just saying from operationally, it created a lot of problems for us. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for the, oh,
I have another question online. Has a deep dive been done in the vendor financials and history, any previous lawsuits, etc.?
I think we started to mention that. Now that the joint decision is about a week old, so to call any dive deep is probably not quite accurate. There will be a dive as deep as we possibly can. It's a privately held company, but all of these things will be very carefully assessed. And remember, until a contract is signed, we could always revisit that decision. So if something unpleasant is uncovered, we don't expect it based on, again, Stephen was mentioning, they've been in business for quite a while. They're doing business with corporations far larger than us, which is reassuring. It's very reassuring. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing this. There will be an analysis done on their stability, and we'll dive as deeply as we can. Fair enough, Stephen? Any others, Sandra, yet online? Oh, that's okay. Please come up.
Bonnie Miller, number 144621. I'm just curious, why aren't we selling this, or why aren't we suing the company that failed us on the pool?
That was something we talked about. Stephen, do you want to give a little, and I'm deferring to Stephen because he pursued this in more detail. So Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, and listen, it would be nice to be able to recover. We do know already that the company is in distress if they even still exist. And so the likelihood of success from a lawsuit, we would likely spend more than we would recover. We did analyze that. We've had discussions about that. But ultimately what we believe to be best interest of the association, so you all essentially, is not expend the funds to try to pursue something that probably will not result in any meaningful outcome. It's unfortunate. I mean, listen, I wish we could recover something and do something with them, but we don't anticipate that that's going to happen.
Right.
It's unfortunate that this turned out the way that it did. You know, that the reality is, what I've said to many people is, when that decision was made, it was made, by the staff and by the governing board. It was based on the best information they had at the time. I equate it to, we've all had things, right, in our life that we thought was going to turn out one way, and then unfortunately it just didn't turn out the way we would have liked, and if, in hindsight, you would have not have done some of the things you did. Well, in hindsight, we probably wouldn't have gone. I think the decision to use that surface was not a bad decision. I think it was just a matter of that company and the challenges we had with them. But again, nobody could have seen that coming. So we're looking forward, and again, appreciate the board's support on this. They've been really instrumental in helping with this. So I think we have a good path forward, and I'm excited to see it happen.
Yeah. Another municipality here in the valley, huge, Buckeye, the city of Buckeye, they have a very large in-house legal staff. So I don't know if they still are, but back at the same period of time, they were pursuing legal avenues, and it didn't look like it was going to work for them, and they expended significant resources on researching that. But they worked very closely with Stephen to keep him updated on what was happening and to hear our experiences as well. So very unfortunate. We would have liked to have recouped that $227,000, but it would have cost us more to do that. So we took the hard decision as a board and as an association, because it was the staff as well, to fund a replacement rather than to try to repair or do something else with the material that's down. Yes, would you come to the microphone? Thank you.
105782. I don't know who did your visuals, but they're very, very good. I'm enjoying them.
Thank you.
It's me again. This is about branding. Everywhere I go or have been in the past 23 years, they talk about Sun City. And I have to remind people that it's not Sun City, it's Sun City West. So I propose that you guys might consider changing one letter in Sun City West. Change the W to a B.
Sun City West. I like that idea. It may cost us millions, but I'm joking. Governing board will take, you are correct. I'm always out there, I think many of us are, not just board, saying West is best. But seeing is believing. When people come to see us, they are blown away. We've had vendors and other folks come to see us just this week. And one got lost trying to find the office, but it can happen. We have circles. And so when they found us, all they could say was they wanted to see more. We gave them a map so that they could drive around and see more because they were blown away at how beautiful our facility is. So thanks for that. I agree. Anything else?
Christine, another plug for Sun City West. A couple of years ago, we had some people negatively comparing us to a neighboring community. That neighboring community is now having to spend that $30 million that we talked about on a building that was so neglected for so many years that they deferred, Alan knows who I'm talking about, they deferred maintenance to where there's no deferral available anymore. $30 million 4 years ago. It's probably more than that now, but in any case, we really are the best.
We're not, thank you so much, Gwen. And we're not without our challenges, and we're not without, faults and flaws. Everybody's always trying to work to remain the best. It's one thing to get on the top 10 list. It's a lot harder to stay there. So again, the governing board will take that on, but thank you. And we do want to continue to stay on top of all of that repair and replace and be wise about how we're doing so. Were there any other questions online, Sandra? Then with that, I'll take my seat so we can move on to the next step. Thank you. I get to sit back down. So with this, we've had a general manager's report and the governing board president's report. So we're going to take a very quick break here, and we will resume at 11 o'clock, about 10 minutes or so. With the resumption will be our long-anticipated update on the master plan and several other scintillating updates. So don't go too far. Grab some cookies and cupcakes, and we'll see you at 11. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to order the second part of our meeting. I want to remind us all that our next annual meeting, everything takes place on June 17th, 2027. I call to order our governing board regular meeting. And again, we have quorum. So I look to our directors for a review of our regular meeting minutes from our last meeting, which was May the 21st. Directors, any challenges, concerns? Hearing none, by consensus, we'll consider those approved. Moving on then to section 9.01. We are very pleased to welcome to our podium Sabrina Alivato and Jason Genk from Barry Dunn. They will walk us through the master plan update as it stands today. As you heard from both Stephen and I, the master plan is still ongoing. So this is an update on progress to date. It's just Jason who will welcome up. Oh, and here comes, sorry, Sabrina.
She's probably busy solving some sort of a problem. Or
Right,
something,
running
right?
the
So
entire organization as well as.
Go ahead. Oh, they introduced both of us. You want to say
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Christine. Yeah, so I was asked to lead the master plan project with Jason from Barry Dunn and some other consultants. So it's been a great process so far. I've definitely learned a lot, been able to work with all different types of consulting firms and been able to work directly with the board. So far, great process. Thank you to the community for all your guys' engagement. I mean, wow, just being able to see all the new faces here, even at this meeting, it's been a great process. So thank you so much, and we'll let Jason take it away with this presentation.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Thank you. Hi, it's good to see you again. If you've been part of the other presentations, but again, my name is Jason Genk, and it continues to be an honor, and I genuinely mean that. Every time I come visit and I have the opportunity to present, I really look forward to it. Frankly, I'm jealous to see people out on golf carts, just having the time of their lives, going to these great programs, great services, and you have something very special here. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that and some of our findings from the master plan process. But I also, when I come back for my next, this is now, I think, the fourth formal presentation, I think, to the general community. So if you haven't seen the other presentations and you're really excited to do so and see some of the other information along the way, you can go to the website and look at the videos that have been recorded from the sessions, as well as track all the information. My goal today, of course, is to give you information you haven't heard before, as well as interact and really listen to your feedback and have a good discussion. By the way, I did see some folks already take these and leave. On the back of the table, whether that be now or later on, there's a comment card. And we've had these types of comment cards out at every public presentation that we've done. If anything's on your mind at all, you want to give more feedback about the future for Sun City West, just write it down. And if you leave it behind, you could simply leave it on the table also. We'll pick it up. Also, I understand because some folks already have taken them, which is great. You can also turn them into staff later on this upcoming week at member services. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get started. And I don't have the power of a clicker, however. So my friend in the back, when I nod my head, if you're wondering what I'm doing, we're advancing the slides. So I don't have that opportunity. So we can go ahead and get started with the slide deck, please. So this, you've seen this before. If you've seen the presentation, what are we trying to achieve? It's a 10-year vision, long-term visioning and planning, really helping prioritize the future interests and the future needs of Sun City West. That may be hard to see, but the key takeaways are really where we're at today. Where we're at today is that I'm pleased to present to you some new information from the planning process, and we're about finalized gathering all the data that we've been asked to gather on behalf of the team and the planning process. And one of the next steps is with the board to go through visioning and get additional feedback based on all the data, and then moving into September to finalize the plan and recommendations. So it kind of gives you an idea of where we're at in the process. Again, these are preliminary findings, similar to the last presentation. Granted, this is new information you're going to get today. So we're not really necessarily providing recommendations, although there's quite a bit of data there to consider. And so today, again, just highlighting some key areas of what we're calling preliminary findings. That being said, we are truly about done with data gathering, although certainly we're still taking feedback from you. And keeping, and monitoring and certainly channels and having really good communications about the process. I did state at the last, how many folks were at the last presentation on this? I'm just curious by show of hands. Okay. So at the last presentation, we did say we'd come back and have answers to any and information about some of the public feedback that we were given. By the way, this also is now posted online, as will any other questions and feedback we get. We will also post online at the planning website, but it just gives you an idea. These are verbatim what your community provided additional input at the public sessions. So I just want to be fully, available for making sure you know what some of your friends and residents were also commenting in addition to the findings that we've been providing. So we can advance to the next slide, please. Also, there was a question and then an opportunity for follow-up. You may have questions today that I can't immediately answer, and I promise you I will follow up then and provide you with that answer. That's an example here. The question that was one of the questions that was asked at the last session was, are we looking at public transportation? And essentially, we are from the standpoint of listening to the community, identifying pinch points, and helping with priorities, but ultimately, this planning process doesn't go into full transportation planning just because things have really beyond the control of Sun City West. However, your input, of course, is paramount to take away and inform other processes, especially when it's been done through a comprehensive input manner like you guys have done. So thank you for that question. And the next one, please, was that shaded parking. Shade has come up time and time again through public input. If you're not aware, if you didn't have an opportunity to see the last presentation where we did talk about public input, just to put it in perspective on the type of feedback, by the way, you had 280,000 touch points of feedback in your community, which is unprecedented. And again, thank you for being so engaged and providing feedback throughout the planning process. This is just another example. Shade was mentioned quite a bit. Also, you'll see on the slide, there was a mention of energy efficiency, solar lighting. Of course, those things will be looked at as far as potential future capital recommendations with certainly a careful eye on the life cycle and lifetime opportunities for replacement and cost opportunities. So we can go to the next slide, please. So the first update I have for you is on the market benchmarks. I gave you a little bit of information at the last presentation when we study Sun City West in the overall market of active living and kind of where is your position in the market. I have some new information, pleased to go ahead and share with you. And so when we take one area, we wanted to go a little further on this time because we had new information this time versus what we talked about in the last meeting was, we wanted to take a good look at your fees. What is your position in the market on fees from your overall fees? And of course, you had some really great conversations earlier in this meeting about your fiscal responsibility and your conditions. And I got to tell you, I do this work all over the country. I was really impressed by your questions and the depth from the board and staff, just the ability to quickly come back and forth with that data was really impressive. But one of the things that certainly we look at the entire makeup of fees. So we realize it's not just the fees to use, a rec center, what have you, or golf. It's really everything from the transaction fees to the other types. So we look at everything. What's one thing I wanted to point out, we certainly talk to groups like realtors, and you see the quote there in the bottom right about Sun City West being by far the best bang for the buck in the area. I'm just curious, by a show of hands, how many people agree with that? Do you agree that living, yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's interesting to me. Thank you for your participation. It's helpful. I love getting that feedback. So so many people talk about the value and what you've done to sustain that value. It's really outstanding. And I want to make sure you hear that from me. And because we're independent and we look outside and we look at things like realtors, they're saying, similar types of stories. We can go to the next slide, please. And this gives you an idea of the organizations that we benchmarked. Sure, we could have done more, and we did more in other ways, and I'll talk about that in a minute. but there's a list of the associations that we looked at. And what you're seeing there, sort of in that visual, is what are some of the key attributes that really define Sun City West as you compare to your overall market. And you'll see there, again, lower fees in general and a greater value. We heard that time and time again, that Sun City West was really a greater value. High quality and quantity of services. Your infrastructure here is of the most impressive I've seen from an active living community. However, you do need to take care of it. We'll have that conversation about capital, but really the types of offerings and amenities and the depth of things that you have is really sets you apart from other opportunities and the vast amenities and your long-term established success. I think I heard today 1993, if I heard in the presentation, was the year that transitioned over to the internal management, right? And that, again, talk about
1993, yep.
1993 and being the only organization run that way in the state is what I hear as far as being recognized for top quality organizations. So again, many things you're doing are just very, very, I'd say top notch and really focus on quality and value. We can continue, please. Think tank. This is pretty cool. So what we like to do from our planning process is try to look at a lens from future thinking, from going a little bit outside the community perspective. So we want to challenge the data that we've learned from the community in the process and learn from other leaders in other active living communities throughout the United States. Largely this focused on Arizona and the Southwest region, but we did talk to many others. There was 19 different people that attended the discussion on the think tank, and there was team members that participated in what we call a survey. So why do we do this? This isn't necessarily to make a decision because something that's right for a different community isn't necessarily right for Sun City West. I get that. But it's helpful to hear an outside perspective. What's going on in trends? You know, what's going on in other communities and across the nation? And you can go ahead to the next slide and it kind of gives you some of that information. This is just a couple of slides on the pre-survey that we did. And again, these are outside groups, outside, different communities doing these types of surveys. And we talked about strongest growth among, and why it says among those that are retired, because these are also not just active living communities, but we blended these with other communities focusing on, obviously, your demographics at Sun City West. And so fitness and wellness, social and special events came up. Please to the next slide. Then we asked about programs seeing a decline. And what's funny is you're going to see at least one of these also being seen as an increase on the next slide. But nonetheless, it's really good data. So things like social programming from a cost and affordability standpoint, joint meal services, educational focused only programming, a decline in pickleball. However, the caveat is because other private providers in the area are doing that instead, meaning you'd be leaving Sun City West to do that somewhere else is what that's kind of saying. Lecture style program, and it's just some examples of areas that the think tank was seeing as a decline. Doesn't necessarily mean that's declining here, by the way, but again, the think tank identified those. Let's go to the next one. Trends. So again, isn't that funny? Pickleball is now on trends, right? And I think that's also because that opportunity is being asked more and more in organizations. So what are you doing? And if there is no private provider, granted, yes, we're seeing those grow all over the United States, private organizations building pickleball clubs and whatnot. But absent that, there's quite a bit of interest on, well, how are we gonna resolve and how are we gonna address that need? And you'll see all the other items there. I won't read them all to you, but as far as some of the think tank saying these are things that are currently more interest, and other organizations are looking at ways they can provide more of these services because of these trends. Go to the next slide, please. We asked golf because you have a huge investment in golf, and it's very much part of your lifestyle here. I'm not saying everyone's a golfer, but very much part of the amenities that are offered at Sun City West. And as far as the role and how it's changed over 10 years, and really the main response is, while we see it as one of many lifestyle options, meaning it's one of many choices, and it plays an important role in the choices of offerings in a community. Let's go to the next one, please. How about sustaining golf? I think you have an irrigation. I thought I heard about a capital program in irrigation, and I have an idea of what that cost. And as far as running those courses myself historically, not cheap. How do you sustain these things in the market and whatnot? A lot of other competition in your region for sure. but pricing and fee structure and amenity upgrades are some of the most compelling ways that the think tank was saying, yeah, this is how we're essentially sustaining the ability to continue to operate golf. What issues created the greatest tension? You know, we like to ask this question. So what is really that main challenge that organizations are seeing? And it's fees and funding, and it's program changes being some of the most areas that cause the most tension. Maybe not a surprise, but nonetheless, hearing it from others was very interesting. You can go to the next one, please. And then we talked about my slide. I apologize for the folks in the oh, there we go. Thank you. About, you know, if you're reinvesting in your facilities, which of course you have, and you're positioned well to continue to do here, by the way, kudos in that regard. What are your priorities? And how are other organizations focusing their limited and precious resources in doing so? And you're hearing on deferred major renovations, really prioritizing the top and key themes and needs from communities that have been established, looking at things like being proactive reinvestment and looking at different ways and long-range planning to sustain those facilities. You can go to the next one, please. Which strategy has been most effective in gaining resident support? Extensive resident engagement is coming up as number one. And I think everyone wants to be informed and have access to information and be aware of what's going on. You choose to live in Sun City West, which is such a beautiful community, but you could live somewhere else. You choose to buy into the lifestyle and pay the fees, and I really respect and appreciate, I want to maximize your value, certainly for everything you invest and enjoy. So again, kudos to the organization. Things like creating even videos along the way of the planning process, to having all your budget information, your upcoming capital plans online, having these types of outreach sessions. You know it's going to be a good session when staff is out putting more chairs in there because the room is filled up today. I thought that, by the way, was pretty cool. So, and then I mentioned how many touch points happen just through planning. No one in this community seemed to be afraid to talk to us, frankly, which is awesome. A lot of input, so we weren't too scary or anything like that. We had a number of different staff doing, boots on the ground type of engagement too, which is, guys, a really good thing. And you have a high performing opportunities here around communication and engagement. And again, I do this work all over the place. And not to say you can't improve. Everyone, of course, wants to get more access to information, but kudos to you for keeping that. And I saw that as a goal from the CEO report, also from transparent and processes and engagement. So good job there. Let's continue, please. A lot of stuff here, but again, just highlighting the key words here. What governance or decision-making change has had the greatest positive impact on your organization? Well, focusing on capital projects, strategic focus, sharpening that. Senior advisory board, you have many committees. You have the golf committee mentioned a dozen times or so today, which I thought was awesome. You have the board that's supporting. You have so many clubs and representation, which is really outstanding. By the way, not everyone has that. That was at the think tank. So again, kudos to you for having those things. Access to the activity catalog, which, by the way, you tell that to one group and they about lost it. They said, are you kidding me? We need that guide. And so everyone's different. That's a good example. Retention on staff and paying for talent, evaluating programs and community needs and making adjustments and being responsive. Looking more at outside and new resources for funding and community engagement was in there, and then moving programming in-house. A lot of organizations contract almost everything out, and so the ability to interact and kind of control and organize that may or may not be more difficult depending on the situation. We can go to the next one. So that was a real quick review. That think tank, like I said, agencies were all over the United States were responding. 19 of them attended the virtual discussion as well, and they were really excited to hear what you guys are doing here in Sun City West. Frankly, a lot of communities right now are watching because they want to learn from you about what you guys are doing. So kudos to you on that. We also took another review at marketing. Last time we had a little bit of information on that, but this time we have more on marketing. And this is specific to, this update today is specific to near term and kind of young seniors, if you will. I fall in that category, by the way. Not to say I did this report, someone much smarter than me did as far as the marketing side of this, our experts in that. And so why do we do that? We want to make sure that the pipeline, the awareness, to continue to maximize your investment is considered. So you know where those pipelines and where folks are coming from. So very interesting information. And so sort of why, we studied, well, why would someone consider Sun City West and why would they consider active living communities? You see a number of findings is that, it's not something necessarily immediate. That might be as much as 5 to 10 years before moving, they're considering, would I live or would I move to a different active living or would I go to an active living community? Communities that engage their prospects earlier are likely to get a better opportunity to be shortlisted. Maybe that's common sense, I don't know, but earlier engagement does pay off is what I'm trying to say. Many adult communities focus marketing on a particular age segment, but don't really look at comprehensive marketing for a broader perspective. And then capturing prospects early really enables a multi-year approach. Of course, just like any sort of stewardship of any relationship, having that communication. We'll go to the next slide, please. So what are the key differentiators of Sun City West? And again, this is from an outside perspective a bit. You may or may not agree with these, but the value, rooted not only in the housing, but the depth and quality of your social, recreational opportunities. All the things I'm kind of jealous of, I said earlier, you got some really cool things going on here. But your offerings, and your resort style opportunities here are really outstanding. Go to the next slide. Another update on the program assessment. Last time we talked a bit about clubs and memberships and programs, and now we have even more information for you. We can continue, please. And so we could have done this in many different ways, but we isolated sort of tiers of membership just to get an idea of participation. This isn't bad nor good, anything like that at all. It's just an observation. So we looked at tiered memberships, and you have, about 22 clubs in Tier 1, 52 in Tier 2, and 17 in Tier 3. And it also gives you the membership there. Clubs are absolutely vital to Sun City West, just to be clear. How many folks are involved in a club? Just by a show of hands. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It also helps you participate because it makes it more fun for me. But we know that. And it's a lifeblood of what you do. And it's really, you provide such great services in that regard. And so we want to be really thoughtful about that and really pay attention. And so we put those into tiers. On the next slide, please. So there's a lot here, but a couple of findings. The number of members in a club doesn't necessarily equal participation. You may already know all this stuff, but we get to validate it. So the longer the list, hey, we have 10,000 people that go to underwater basket weaving, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'll attend, type of thing. It's that sort of concept. It's levels obviously vary by club, and the demand on the facility is obviously diverse, and really the facilities absolutely play a factor. The quality of the facilities, the access to facilities, the times that they are offered, of course, play a major role in clubs and participation. When evaluating facility utilization and maximizing and flexible spaces, things like that, obviously your clubs and membership play a major role in those considerations, and we want to be very mindful of that. Membership and participation should both be considered when looking at long-term operational opportunities. And overall, participation analysis provides different perspectives on how clubs are utilizing spaces. So really interesting stuff, and probably no surprises, I don't think. But again, we had the ability to tier your participation, your memberships, and really take a hard look and understanding where things are going too. Maybe a program that was so paramount 10 years ago maybe isn't as popular now. And for us from the outside, influenced by the market, think tank, and of course the vital engagement that you all provided, really we have the ability to do that in a kind of an independent lens, if you will. We can go to the next slide, please. Program assessment. This is a repeat, by the way, from the last presentation, but I thought it was pretty important. So this is one, I think probably the only slide, if I recall, that's a repeat from the last presentation. But without members, driving the clubs, we probably wouldn't be able to sustain clubs. I think that's probably goes without saying, but playing that vital role. The club usage generally directs the programming. Trends vary. It talks about larger rosters necessarily not translating to activities as far as participation goes. Seasonal patterns. You also have a spike in the types of participation, the numbers of participation, and usage based on things like snowbirds and seasonality of when people are here and when they're not. Weather impacts, those types of things. You can go to the next slide, please. Golf assessment. So I'm pleased to report, because last time I was asked a number of questions about golf, and the golf survey was still out by our partners at National Golf Foundation. Just as a reminder, Barry Dunn is a lead consulting firm, but we really strategically pick partners for Siskiyou Valid survey research from the National Golf Foundation, as well as an architect firm, to really do a quality assessment of your conditions of your facilities. So on the golf front, again, no surprise, over 1,500 responses on the NGF survey, National Golf Foundation survey. And some key themes here, specifically to responses from your community: golfers value course conditions, playability, variety, and friendly staff. They would really like to see addressing course difficulty, pace of play, maintenance concerns, and busy conditions. Looking ahead, they would like to see enhanced dining and gathering spaces, improved food options, additional shade, upgraded practice facilities, and more social experiences to make sure we're always developing that future golfer and providing that access for those social opportunities. Next slide, please. A little hard to read, but these are areas that have been emphasized by your people, your golf survey. We talk about required enhancements being things that we look at as vital to the sustainability of golf. Reminder, this is a 10-year plan, so I should have said that earlier if I didn't. We're not expecting anyone to do any of this overnight, so take a little pressure off yourselves in that regard. But things that we believe would be required and your community believes would be required around the golf area would be feature improvements, cart storage improvements, maintenance facility improvements, irrigation upgrades, landscaping, and turf reduction strategies. Nice to have things that people would really like to see to improve their experiences in golf are on the right side. And on the right side, you're seeing technology-based driving range, putting venue, enhanced or expanded practice areas, indoor golf simulator, clubhouse, such as enhancing or expanding or replacing it, food and beverage improvement, as well as improving the pro shop. We're not necessarily, community's not necessarily saying they're vital, but yeah, it would really go a long way to improving those golf service opportunities. We can go to the next slide, please. So, there's a quick snapshot of some of the updated findings and a reminder as to what the overall process is. Today, we're at about 95%, 98% done with gathering all the data. I'm giving you all the highlights just from time constraints, frankly, but we have a lot more data available, which we'll bring into the planning process. But we are thoughtful and really hopefully hitting the areas that you're most interested in. And I would love to hear questions today too. But just as a reminder, would love you to stay engaged. All the updates, I know you guys get emails and notices and flyers I see everywhere about what's happening, which is outstanding. But we do ask, please, to stay engaged. Go to the website from time to time, see what's going on. And as a reminder, September, we're looking at another opportunity for a presentation on findings and recommendations and those types of things. In July, there'll be a board visioning opportunity. So board having an opportunity to react to all this stuff. And it's a lot, but having the opportunity to react and help influence that vision. So just a real quick summary on our time frame. One more slide. And that's what I have for today for an update. As a reminder, if you want to know more about some of the other things I referenced, I just double checked, the video is online. So the video from the previous sessions, all of them are online. And so hopefully, if you're interested or if you'd like to learn more about some of the other areas we highlighted in the previous sessions, that opportunity is there.
The online address, I believe, is masterplan.suncitywest.com, for those of you who are wondering. And Jason, I assure you, we are not a shy community. As you've learned, we're very engaged, and this board is clearly very engaged as well. So I'm going to look first, if you wouldn't mind. Governing board's going to have extensive opportunities to work with this data, but governing board directors first, Any questions for Jason or comments before we open it up to our residents? Director Chatton, hopefully you're still with us. I didn't check in with you. John, any questions from you? Oh, we'll go to you, Ann. Director Becknell, question or comment?
Yeah, Jason, as you were going through and looking at some of these trends or options that you talked about, was there any discussion or thought about what people would? I mean, we're known as the golf community, right? We're this big golf community. Was there an opportunity for us to become known as the ceramics community or the pickleball community or the lawn bowling community? I mean, where should we focus our energies to help expand what we're known as other than just golf?
Yeah, excellent question. And golf and the other amenities that you provide have always been part of your ecosystem of your offerings. I think appeal to people in different ways. If one thing that stands out, and I saw a show of hands earlier, is, and I know this isn't necessarily exactly what you're asking, but this notion of Sun City West being a step ahead when it comes to what you get in return for your investment, your value proposition, if you will, is something that I think should be maximized further. Meaning, I don't know if people shopping for Sun City West, unless they're hearing directly from you, are readily immediately identifying and told that you have any idea what you get in return for living here. I think from a brand opportunity, the consulting team has talked about that. Beyond that, I think the opportunity for having active lifestyle and the history of making the place be a place where you can thrive in your types of interests that you have. You have quite a bit of diverse infrastructure, more than any of that we've compared, frankly. So different types of pools, different access to pools, different golf courses. Golf courses aren't in your community that aren't owned by Sun City West. Quite a bit going on. So you have a lot. That being said, we do think that being clear about where your focus is, we do recommend the opportunity for people to kind of thrive in the ways that they can, and in the idea of maximizing value. But yeah, the concept of doing everything for everyone and kind of not having as clear descriptions and focus for what you do, I think is ultimately could be a challenge for you.
Thanks, Jason.
Some of the top voices from the top finding some engagement as far as putting my, if I was in the community, from the previous presentation and a bit from today, you would hear things like less formal opportunities for gatherings and activities. Some of the folks today talked about what happened, the pop-up events. Although I did see pop-up events around, the tamales and barbecue, which I want to come back to. I mean, physically be here for those if I can. But I think those types of things, I think that people are wondering, the balance of sort of what is that wow factor, that comfort that for a resident, if they're coming here or if they're hanging out with family members or gathering as a group, I think that some of the newer communities have that. The caution there is, what is that facility look like 20 years from now? You know what I mean? So it's that sort of thing too.
Thank you, Jason. Director Schlemmer, Allen, question?
Thank you, President Novello. I don't know if this is working. Is that working? Jason, thank you for the presentation. And one of the things that interested me is when you talked about the fact that people who begin their retirement home search process begin at about 10 years ahead of time, give or take. And I think about my wife and myself, and I think about many of the people sitting in this room who came here from out of state. So when we think about where we compete, we often look locally. We look at the Grand, we look at Festival, we look at Sun City. Well, we sort of look at Sun City. But will you, as you go through and present your recommendations, give us some insight on the things we need to be doing to lure people from places far away to come here to explore their retirement home journey? I know using myself, we considered multiple locations, including the villages in Florida and so forth. The challenge for us is we're not developer owned anymore. And the major developers are pretty much now done out here. They're starting to move on to other places. So it's going to be harder for us to lure. I'm hoping you'll give us some insight as to things we can do to reach that audience out in New Hampshire and Massachusetts and wherever to come explore Arizona and Sun City West.
Yeah, I love that, and I think that it's really important to your sustainability, understanding again where your market is coming from, and one of the things we did do is we completed a mobile AI analysis to take a look at where people are coming from when they're considering relocating to Sun City West, and it's probably not a surprise, but it's Pacific Northwest and it's the Midwest primarily, and the Southwest region of the United States. So, I mean, that in itself would say, from a marketing standpoint, money well spent and invested by prioritizing your pipelines, if you will. That doesn't mean you don't ignore the others, but people are having more and more choices, and I really appreciate this perspective. I live in Carolina now, recently, and I was in Colorado, born and raised in South Chicago though, but why did I go there? And I happen to notice there's now more active living communities that were there in my particular area than there was a year or two ago. Sun Cities are one of them, you know, and Latitudes and things like that are others. So eyes wide open. And then also, what are they doing to attract younger seniors? You know, and by the way, when we say that, I hope everyone understands, we're not saying like replace what we're doing for our community, you know, at the expense of bringing younger seniors. No. It's trying to be a step ahead of saying, let's make sure we're relevant 6, 7, 8 years from now. Because if we're not, your values plummet because you're not having the transaction fees and new residents kind of feeding that pipeline. So excellent question. And yeah, we got a lot more data there. And I just want to give you one, at least a little bit of immediate response. And we do have action supporting what we'd recommend with our marketing professionals. Yeah.
I was looking toward Jason, so any questions or comments from the side of the, any then questions or comments from our residents in the room?
Is this turned? Yep, it's turned on. So my name is Alan Garland. I'm 128145 is my membership. I've lived here 8 years, 7 months. I belong to 5 different clubs. I don't anymore. I just belong to a couple. That's enough. Keeps me very busy. So I look at the plan from a point of view maybe a little different, and I see what may be a major omission. Now, why should people listen to me? And I'm going to give you a little bit of background about me so that you understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. I worked in the IT field for 25 plus years. I started out as a programmer and ended up as a leader of a software company building software and selling it in the marketplace. I was involved in 4 startup companies and 2 turnarounds where we changed strategic directions big time. When I began working in the IT field, we just kept track of expenses and things. Basically, we were accounting software companies, was the major reason for having IT. Eventually, we became key to the operation of most companies. ITs provided the if you like, the distribution system or the supply chain management, and in some cases, we were the product of the company. I'll tell you about one. We were an instant company. Shortly after joining the company, it became obvious that the vendor who was creating our software was not going to be able to get the job done. They came back and said, gee, we underestimated the cost by only 100%. We need another $10 million. The problem was we were a government-run organization, and we had to be in business at a certain date to conform to the law, and we couldn't be there without a system. So 1 year later, me and another fella responsible for the technology developed a standby and got us up and running in a fashion. And we were a company with 2,200 employees. I was number 57 when I joined. We were serving 1.7 million customers, and we had a revenue of $250 million in 14 months. We took a little bit of time to build a plan, but I also had to implement that plan. So I know a little bit about the plans. I did similar things in 3 other occasions, and I was involved in a company that had to retool, two companies that had to retool, and there was a lot of planning went on there too. So I have a little bit of experience. And I think we've missed something here. I look at this from a business point of view, and I feel there are three customers in the community. You folks who run the board and the people who operate in the organization that is Sun City West Rec Centers. That's one set of customers. The 27,000 people who live here, that's another set of customers. And the third group, and the one that I feel we may have overlooked, is the clubs themselves. They have different needs. And I feel that nothing I've seen in the plan addresses some of the needs of these clubs from a technology viewpoint. I'm going to put on a little bit different hat now, and I'm going to give one example of what I mean. And I'd be happy to talk about this another time because it's far too complicated to cover here. But earlier today, I heard someone mention, gee, we're looking at some software to do event management. Well, I happen to belong to one of the larger clubs. We need software to do event management. And I'm wondering if when we look at this software, if we're looking at it and saying, well, we could use it not only in the organization to run our events here, but also make it available in some fashion to the clubs to use, because they may have a similar need. And I've heard no talk that addresses providing technology support to any of the clubs. I mentioned that I worked in the IT field. Well, before I did that, I was a logger. It was probably the second most dangerous job in the civilian world. Then I became an IT guy. I think that was the third most dangerous job in the civilian world, because we always got criticized. Because when things went wrong, it was usually something we did wrong. But I think there's an opportunity here to do something right. And so I'd like to talk to people offline, and my objective of speaking here is just to raise awareness and hope that I'm not too far off base and that people will have an opportunity to come forward and talk about this more. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your passion. I appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Kathy Lindahl, 133728. I just have hopefully 3 comments. Pace, wow, risk. I worry that we are not moving quick enough, that other communities are passing us by with our amenities and our updates. So I challenge the board to really think about pace so that we are not left in the dust and that we do not become a favored community. I've lived here now for 7 years, and the pace is unbearably painful. The second one is wow. I think we need to do something that wows people. And I have some ideas on what that might be, but the board is going to be the group that's going to give us the wow. So I challenge you to think about something we can do with a good pace and impacts us immediately. The third thing is risk. I think we can borrow money. The board can do that, I believe. They have the ability to look at bonds, that kind of thing. We may be in a position to start looking at that so that we can have a faster pace, we can have a bigger wow, and we can impact this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Definitely, I hope you'll continue to stay engaged as the board considers those things in the fall, because that's a big part of what has to be considered.
Yes, Mary Fox, 119560. I feel like an inmate, actually. My husband and I are kind of different animals. We didn't come here because of the golf. We didn't come here because of the pools. We came here because of the overall community, the layout, the core commercial area, the churches that are here. Those are things in this community that attracted us, plus the serenity. We moved here from California. So that's one thing. I wanted to address a little bit about promoting Sun City West. We all have resources that are kind of under the radar, and here's one that I think we could utilize better. We have clubs that are not chartered. They are state clubs. They're all very active clubs. They attract a lot of people, particularly in the wintertime. Have you ever thought of making a presentation to some of the state clubs with the idea that you could survey their members? What attracted you to this community? Why did you buy here? How long have you been here? Present a little bit about the community and ask them for their assistance in promoting when they go back to their homes, and if they're winter visitors. If they're year-round like I am, you just talk to people. I mean, word of mouth is probably the number one way we all got here, I'm guessing. Even with the 5-year, 10-year research plan, you know somebody that used to live here. My dad used to live here in the late 90s.
Very cool.
That's how I got here. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the ideas.
Hi, Mike Price. I have not memorized my number yet. I'm still a newbie, sorry.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. My questions are both for I have two questions here for Jason on this. First, I'm not like a lot of people that evaluated all the local communities and picked Sun City West. I moved here to care for my aging parents. Have moved them into the Heritage, and I've moved into their house, and I'm here, and I've kind of looked from the outside for 20 years visiting, but now I'm living here caring for them. So I'm curious, in the benchmark survey work that you guys did, was there a list of the amenities, the elements of the other 9 communities you looked at that's available to look at? I'm curious to see how we stack up, not at the aggregate, but down to, how do the different elements compare?
So yes, and one other kind of a cool thing that your team did, the board and staff, is right before the start of the planning process. This is actually, I think, right before even the kickoff. We did a tour. We were on a bus and we went to all these facilities to also, and staff had prepared a summary of all the amenities, the numbers of membership. So we have all that.
Okay.
And then we got to see them firsthand. I mean, we inspected them with leadership from those other organizations, which I thought was awesome. And I, again, appreciate you guys including me in that, because it technically wasn't even kicked off yet. So yes, we have that. Yeah.
Is that something that's accessible for people to get at, to look at?
Yep.
Okay. And then my other question had to do with the constraints you're looking at as you start doing the forward-looking, the visioning, and putting boundaries on this. Money's not infinite, time's not infinite.
Yeah.
Are we focused more on, what was my terminology, improve, expand, retrofit, or are we open to new build, tear down and build up again in space?
Yeah, so much at the heart of the entire planning process. You're really, nailing right on, spot on. And, I think it's really fair to say that there are demands and requests from your community that you cannot fund.
Yep.
You can't. So you got to come back and say, of course you want to maximize value for everyone in this room. I mean, that's why I do what I do, to help with that, hopefully. But you don't have enough money to do it all. So where do you want to focus on? And this planning process should very well have, I'd call it defensible data. Doesn't mean it's right. I mean, it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. You ultimately choose what you do with that, but the data support that direction. There's a lot of input about, we heard a lot about the pool deck today. I'm sorry to even bring that up again, by the way, because you just had a lot of questions about that. But
we
that's
just got
one
that
example.
put away.
And there's improvements already likely underway there already. So we also want to be aware of what's moving forward there. And I also know that the team, even before the plan was just recommendations already, we're starting to grow that reserve fund for an opportunity to say, whatever it is, the wow factor, getting our facilities to be even more safe and accessible, those sort of things. But yeah, I just cut to the chase, and you know that already. You don't have all the money to do everything you want to do. So our role with your board and with your staff and through the voices of the community is tier those priorities and give you those flexible options to say, based on our expertise and full assessment, we believe this is your best path for success. And ultimately, you're going to have to decide.
And most of that is renovation, rehab, taking advantage and bringing what we have up to snuff rather than bulldoze and build new.
I think it's a little bit of both, and you wouldn't have enough reserve funds to pay for other renovations you would need.
Okay.
Is kind of, that does, by the way, just to be clear, that doesn't mean like something's unsafe. That's not what I said. Or we're gonna, shut down something. No, it just means that from an architect standpoint, which is BRS and the evaluation they did, we know that those needs are greater than the reserves that you have.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
One more in the room, and then we'll take some from online.
Oh, great.
Doesn't mean we're done, but.
Bill Weaver, 124087. I would like to add my agreement with his. I've raised several times and noticed with my wife, with some of the clubs, the number of different things where clubs will have to track with one system for the board so they know what the occupation and what the use is, and then they track again for needs inside. Our IT department should figure out what all the duplication is across all these different clubs. They all do very similar things, and they all have to go out and pick and choose from different software. I think that's one thing. The other thing, though, I have a question regarding marketing. How do we know we need marketing? Is there an objective view that you're taking of how long it's telling to sell our residences? Are we even having a problem selling? It doesn't seem like the houses stay on the market very long. So I don't know that we're having a problem getting more people into the community. There are no houses that are on the market. I'd be surprised if there's a few I've seen that might be out there for a year, but that's a long time. But that's raising one thing about, I'm not saying we don't need it, but what I'm asking for, what is the key objective data that you could tell the board to be watching over time so that you'll know when marketing has become very necessary?
Yeah, no, great question. I appreciate that. So I think part of it is really listening to your people through the engagement process. And there have been a number of themes that were supported by quite a bit of voices and different clubs that said, hey, this communication needs to be improved. The scheduling, the cross communication of things need to be improved. Some clubs doing things one way, which is fine. It works for that club, but the other club not having understanding or ability to do it that way. So things are a little, could improve. So your people, your community members, are saying that marketing communication needs to improve. That being said, every single community that I've worked with in the United States has said communication and marketing needs to improve. So you're not alone in that regard. At the same time, it doesn't mean you don't listen. What are those priorities? So I would say tier one would be the internal marketing. There's definitely some, you want to call it low-hanging fruit, or people had a lot of opinions about trying to get just more organized information as one example. But you're right. How far do you go on if your pipeline is working, and we do have the year-to-year data and projections of the property and expectations in your forecasting, by the way, which is awesome. Cliff, thanks for that update. We have that as a metric too. So being very mindful, because here again, you don't have all the operating money to do whatever you want to do. How much do you spend on marketing? How much do you consider that? So, however, it is our job to say, this is a 10-year vision. How do you sustain relevance and interest through those areas? And so as an example, we identified three pipelines that are saying, yeah, they're important to monitor.
Okay, yeah, it would seem to me that it would be nice to know how long the houses are taking on average to sell. And as that starts to, as that time frame starts to get longer and longer, then the need for marketing seems to increase versus if houses like a few years ago were being sold before they even got listed, no marketing was going to matter.
You're absolutely right, and within the context of the market too, not to be redundant, but if Sun City West is slowing down, well, what is Grand doing? Are they also slowing down? Is the market slowing down? Is there so yes, very important input you had, and I agree with you. We don't need to just throw marketing money at marketing, but being really strategic about what are people wanting from that? What does a business plan expect? So thank you. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Remember too, Bill, I'm sure you know, marketing is more than sales. It's also who are our competitors, where are they vis-a-vis our strengths and weaknesses and so forth too. So there's more to it but it does, great questions, thank you. Sandra, Director Forsey, any questions online? That's okay, while we wait.
I have a comment. It says, no one has mentioned the great work done by Ann Becknell and the BNF committee and the finance team in changing our investment policy to one that will provide solid revenue and growth.
Thank you. We haven't mentioned it yet, but budget and finance, yes, round of applause. How much did you pay him or her to say that? No, we'll be talking budget and finance shortly when we talk about committees, but thank you for that feedback. Our residents work very hard, led by Ann, and on all of our committees for that matter, so thanks for calling that out.
And I have one more. Can we get an update on the new portal and especially from the marketing perspective?
Could you please hold that one to the side for a moment, because that's not really marketing, I'm sorry, it's not really master plan related, so if it's possible, could we just hold that till the end of the marketing? Marketing is on my mind. Hold it to the end of these questions on master plan and then remind me, Sandra, we'll come back to that at the end. Thank you.
I have one more
one
comment
more?
that's to do with this. I just finished up a deep dive on the villages in Florida. We have a lot going for us here in Sun City West, exclamation.
Yes, we do. I was there myself, so thank you.
The villages were one of the think tank targets, by the way, so that's an example of areas that we were targeting. We want to be broad like that, so, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So the villages participated in the think tank?
They were one of, Sabrina, I know we reached out to them. I'll give you the list. Let me give you the list.
That's fascinating.
But
either way, it's great.
I want to be clear that, yeah, our approach was to go broad across the country. And I will confirm, yes, we had many from outside the state.
Thank
Whether
you.
the villages followed through on all of it, I would have to double check. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ann Casero, 124-886. And to add a little bit to the reasons people like us, we have economic diversity here, which is real attractive to people who don't want to be in a community that's just all one way or thought. And also, we have people who are coming here for health reasons. That, like, I'm working in real estate, so I experience people who will be openly talking about wanting to be here because they suffer from SAD, or they're just so much better here with their arthritis. So the amenities and the just being here in the sun, of course, but also when they come, they want to enjoy life because they have not felt well for a while. So they are also really looking for those recreational, the entertainment opportunities where they can dance and smile and socialize. That just fills them. And some of these people have been here in Arizona before. So they've lived here, they've worked here, and then they've finished, their careers somewhere else. And they're like, yeah, let's go back to Arizona. Some of them lived here before when they were younger. And they're like, oh, now I'm old enough. I can come back to Sun City West. Another nice thing about this community is the aesthetic, how the aesthetic is updated here and kept up with. We're not retro looking, we're not one way looking. Like, Trilogy looks lovely, beautiful, like an Italian village. Victory as that more updated, let's go hiking look. We have just a constantly evolving and updating look to attract the younger people. One thing younger people, though, the next generation, they like their pets. They really love their pets. So Sun City is working on that and appealing to them on that. Yes.
My dog.
Yes. And on the marketing, I was camping 11 years ago in Montana. We had a video on, it was a DVD. It ended. Up popped local PBS in Bozeman, Montana. The first word we heard was pickleball. I said, well, don't turn that off. What the heck are they saying? Never heard the word before in my life. We watched an hour-long documentary on Sun City West. It was people talking about why they moved here, And after it was over, I said to my husband, yeah, someday, that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, within half an hour, he had the computer open, looking at homes. Within a month, we were making an offer here and moved in that 2 months later. So yeah, that kind of advertising really does get out there. There's one more thought I'm trying to remember. Well, I love the idea of that park that was up there, the Central Park where the golf course. Well, and people do ask about that. Where are the parks, and where can they go? You know, what you don't have a park? So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate what you said. And by the way, there's been quite a bit of input. Are we underselling the lifestyle? I mean, I don't know. Are we? The mobile AI, as an example that we did, also looked at where points of other points of interest related to Sun City West, where actually traffic patterns were going, and some of the natural resources that you have here, and parks and things outside of your region, but largely in Arizona. It's very interesting. You know, are people making that decision to be in a proximity? I think they are. I know I did. Like, you know, what brought me to my neighborhood, my region, was a particular natural resource proximity. So, yeah, you do need to wonder about that. I think I agree that plays a role. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. My name is Rich Hadley, and I guess I've been associated with Sun City West since 1986 when my folks first moved down here. And I believe that Sun City West is probably the greatest place in the world to live, especially as you get older and you're going through your life. And that's basically what I think it all boils down to. It's people that move here to have an active lifestyle and grow old, and ultimately we're all gonna die, okay? But in the meantime, when I came down here 7 years ago, I could take my golf bag and carry it and walk around the golf courses. Anymore, I can't do that. I gotta take a golf cart. Sometimes I'm lucky if I can play 18 holes when it gets hot. But there's one thing that I do think that we're missing, and that is there's no place in Sun City West where you can take your dog on a leash and walk on grass. The golf courses are there, but there's no place to take your dog to walk on grass. There's no place in Sun City West to go fishing. There's no place in Sun City West to take a walk in the woods. And I think there is a place in Sun City West to do all of this stuff. And I think that we have a very unique opportunity right now that is the first time that I've known it's been presented to us since since Sun City West got here. And that's this opportunity to take a golf course and turn it into Central Park. And I think that's what Sun City West really needs. All of the computers and all the rest of that stuff, it just still boils down to people living their lives out and having a wonderful place to live. And I think that if we acquired Hillcrest Golf Course and positioned it and turned it into a city park, this would give us the opportunity to fill those needs of those people that are coming up behind us that I don't know if you know what's a 30-year-old kid going to want when he's my age and retiring. And I think acquiring this park to develop in so many different ways is a wonderful thing for us to do right now. So anyhow, that's what I would like to see us do, is acquire Hillcrest Golf Course as Sun City West Central Park. Thank you.
That would be a wow, but there are lots of things to consider there. But thanks again for the input. Please, sir.
Thank you. John Click, 138724. I'm the president of the Pickleball Club, and we are very excited and anxiously waiting for the master plan. We have been and looking forward to it. I think my heart jumped out of my throat when I saw the slide that said pickleball's declining.
You saw the next slide, yeah.
And then I think it went back in my chest when I saw the
Yeah.
next slide. So I have a couple questions. First one is, I'm a little bit afraid that people will see that one slide and walk out of here with, oh, pickleball's finally popularity is coming down, which I don't think is accurate. So my first question is, could you talk a little bit more about private industry and how that's affecting it? Certainly that is true. People see the popularity of pickleball and they are coming in and building facilities, and they kind of have oversaturated the market. I'm not sure that applies to our retirement community. So my second question is for that. You had the trending slide up there with 9 people that you looked at for things like rates and growth and things. And of those 9, 3 of those have made advancements in their pickleball offering in the last 2 years. And 2 more are doing it in plans right now. In fact, the 2 that most rival our offering, our competitors, are right now expanding their courts across the street and down south. So my second question is, do you have any plans to trend the pickleball offering with these 9 and where we sit? You know, we haven't expanded for 9 years, and in that time we've doubled in size. And in the ratios and the factors, we're starting to fall behind. And so one is a little bit about the private industry, and second question is trending with our competitors to be the community of choice.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to follow up. Good stuff. Yeah, and that was when I said, look what's going to happen. The first slide is going to say a decline, the second slide is going to say incline. And I think that what's important to recognize in the context of the think tank, that's where that slide came from. So when we talk about other organizations across the country, what are they seeing? And some reported a decline because in many places, including Arizona, by the way, a lot of private entities are stepping up and stepping into that realm of pickleball. And for instance, sometimes one of the separators is indoor air-conditioned, covered field house type space. And the private sector is largely going into industrial space and converting it into, pickleball offerings. Not every active living community can pull that off. So even if you have the pickleball base here, and by the way, I'm not picking on pickleball, that could be a different activity. That is happening. So again, it's really considering and just being aware of that, and then just making sure we're not making, long-term impacts with short-term decisions. And that being said, don't forget, outside the think tank, we have a ton of other data. We have the statistically valid survey from what your community really wants, all the engagement information, the market analysis, those sort of things. So, and I know you didn't say this, but also please don't take one thing you saw on one area of the slide as a conclusion, because it's not. But I also don't want to hide. I think the information that's there is still good, because right now we're having this conversation about it. What is the private sector impact going to be in pickleball? Should you decide to do something expanded or different or whatever with pickleball? I think it's good to be, aware of that. The second part of your question, I think kind of what I got out of that was what you're seeing more is growth in Sun City West and pickleball, and interest in expansion and opportunities. Yeah, definitely not saying because one of the slides happened to say a decline, that's happening here. That's not the case. So we want to make sure we're taking the totality of the analysis and making those decisions. And then it's going to be the next question is going to be, and again, this isn't just pickleball, it could be anything. You have limited funds. What is the priority? What do you want from your community? What does the greatest value and benefit and financial impact, all those wonderful things come into play when making those investments?
I have 2 online. I would love to see more biking and walking trails. Hillcrest Golf Course would be wonderful for that. I agree that we are missing having a nice park. And the other one is, where can we find a list of the amenities that were collected from other communities? Does it include the list of communities the team used as benchmarking?
Yeah, we can provide that list online with the information of the sites that we toured. The tour sites might already, I don't think they're online, I'll have to double check. And then the list of benchmarks, all that. In fact, there's a standalone benchmarking report that has all that information, and we'll provide all that.
Yeah, the benchmarking report would probably be even more extensive, but yeah.
The one caution, just my opinion on benchmarking, by the way, is typically on benchmarking, because again, we do these types of plans all over the United States, benchmarking, especially lately, has a tendency of people saying, but that's not why we're not like that organization. So I do think the value in benchmarking absolutely is about creating conversation and helping determine what is best for Sun City West, of course. But it's interesting what happens with benchmarking. There's often an explanation as, oh, well, that's because of X, Y, and Z reason. That doesn't really apply to us. We'll see if that happens here, though. We'll see. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. We had this question about the portal, which didn't sound like it was master plan specific, but could you reread that and we'll have Stephen answer that, please? I think it was just, can you give us an update on the portal up? Sorry, Sandra, I'm not trying. Well, Stephen, the best of my memory, it was words to that effect. Can you give? Oh, thank you.
Just give me a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you have a lot there. Thank you.
Can we get an update on the new portal, and especially from the marketing perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, the new portal, basically, we pushed that out. We did a lot of information pushing out to the members for explaining on how to operate that. The team's done a really good job we created a hotline that they manned. What we found, frankly, is that people have adjusted really well to it. And in fact, we were having a conversation recently, Kyle, the IT director, and I, about the fact that the calls and the challenges that folks might have been having that we thought were going to happen haven't really materialized, and the calls and such have diminished quite a bit. Now, we still maintain the hotline, so folks can still reach out if they have concerns about that. But again, at this point, what we are finding is that most people are not experiencing the portal until they need to, and that's, in other words, it comes time for them to renew their membership dues or such, and then that's when they're either able to adjust to the new portal, or if they have questions, they've come back to us, and we've certainly helped them through that. So it actually has turned out to be a relatively smooth transition, and again, we geared up for the possibility of a lot of struggles, but we actually found that there was very few.
Great. And the board did fund for a comprehensive website update that will allow some of the future. We've been talking through the year about the portal was step one, and then next year the governing board funded a project that will enable us to renovate the current suncitywest.com appearance to the outside. That will incorporate more of those marketing types of concepts that we heard from staff. And right now it's conceptual, but that's just a future project. So that's where I believe we needed to go to the portal first and then entertain the next. I hope that answered the question. Were there any others that came in, Director Forsey, online?
No, I think we can move along.
All right, thank you. So Jason, thank you. We're very excited, and we'll see and hear more as a community in the fall.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So we're moving on to item 10 on our agenda, the Governing Board Standing Committee. We have a number of standing committees, and we have a very comprehensive report that's available for you online. Each of our committee chairpeople will give a very quick summary of what they've been up to this year, knowing that the details are all there for us to review. But we're going to start off with Director and Treasurer Ann Becknell, who chaired Budget and Finance.
Thank you. The FY 2025-26 Governing Board Committee Chairperson submitted the following summary report, which would be me. Budget and Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee is pleased to present its annual report summarizing the committee's activities and accomplishments during the fiscal year. Committee purposes. The Budget and Finance Committee serves in an advisory capacity to the Board of Directors by reviewing financial information, evaluating budget assumptions, monitoring fiscal performance, and providing recommendations to support the long-term financial health of the association. Our key accomplishments were the annual budget was developed, collaborated with management and department leaders to review operating and capital expenditures, evaluated historical spending trends, inflationary impacts, and anticipated service costs, developed and recommended the fiscal year 26-27 operating and reserve budgets for board consideration. Secondly, the financial oversight, reviewed monthly financial statements and budget to actual reports, monitored reviews, revenues, and expenditures throughout the year, identified areas of cost savings and operational efficiencies while maintaining service levels. Third, reserve funding planning, reviewed reserve funding requirements and long-term capital replacement projections, assessed the adequacy of reserve contributions to support future infrastructure and amenity needs, recommended strategies to maintain the association's long-term financial stability. Fourth, the assessment and revenue analysis, evaluated dues, assessment income, and other revenue sources, considered the financial impact of inflation, utility costs, insurance increases, and vendor contracts, provided recommendations designed to balance fiscal responsibility with homeowner affordability. Financial highlights, the association maintained a strong financial position throughout the fiscal year. Operating expenses were managed within approved budget parameters. Reserve funding remained on track to support future capital replacement obligations. The association continued to maintain prudent financial controls and reporting practices. The committee extends its appreciation to the board of directors, the general manager, the finance department and staff, and the fellow volunteers for their cooperation and support throughout the year. I'd like to thank Cliff Swan, John Click, Dave DeWitt, Don Heyman, Mickey Jacobs, Dave Perot, Rick Ruffey, Chris Waller, Ed Westell, Bill Weaver, and Don Taylor for their year of support throughout the entire committee. Looking ahead as we enter the next fiscal year, the committee will continue to focus on long-range financial planning, reserve fund stability, cost management and operational efficiency, transparent financial reporting, responsible stewardship of association resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ann. We'll move on now to our Chartered Clubs Committee Chairperson, Director Nick Turner.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to give a shortened version of the written report as well. And this is a report on the Chartered Clubs Committee and the committee's activity, not the clubs. If I were to report on the club's activity, we'd be here till the middle of next week. So I don't want to put us all through that. We've had a successful year. We started off with supporting the tennis club's request to host a seniors tournament here, operated by the USTA. And again, that fits in with some of the marketing that we've been talking about, in that we're going to have seniors playing tennis coming in to look at the fantastic tennis facilities that we have here. And again, that will hopefully attract some more residents. Most of the committee members attended some or not all of the annual inspection tours, which is undertaken by the Properties Committee. That gives the Chartered Clubs Committee members an opportunity to look at the capital investments that are being proposed to help chartered clubs, so that the committee's physically been there, they've seen the buildings, they understand what those are. Committee members act as liaisons, and they met with the club's board and membership as part of their roles as liaisons to help the clubs with any issues that they might be having. We heard from the new management at the Pavilion Grill about the catering services that they can provide to clubs, and in fact many clubs are actually using those services to provide refreshments and meals and so on for their meetings. We noted that the clay and glass fusion clubs are actually working on new murals at the entrance to the Arts and Crafts buildings at Beardsley. That's actually been run by the Properties Committee, but the Chartered Clubs Committee again noted that and thanks the clubs for their involvement there. We had a presentation from the Broadcast Club on how they can help Chartered Clubs publicise what's going on in their events. We made recommendations on those capital improvements. I'm not going to list them here that do affect clubs, but again, they're in the written report. We fulfilled our duties to look at the RRMPs that are used to manage clubs every year. And the committee recommended some changes which the board has then adopted. And finally, we've encouraged the clubs and their membership to engage with Jason and the Barry Dunn team here on the long-term plan to make sure that what the clubs feel and want as part of their long-term future is involved. So I'd like to finish by thanking the club membership, the committee membership for their hard work, and our recreation manager, Casey Hooter, and her staff for their hard work as well, supporting the committee and the clubs. And in summary, I think it's been a good year for the Charter Clubs Committee.
Thank you, Director Turner. We're now going to turn to Director John Chatton, who's online, for a report from the Properties Committee.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
All right. Well, Properties Committee has been very, very busy. The Properties Committee fulfills a really vital function in our community as we tour all the Sun City West properties except for golf facilities. We tour with staff, and we indicate all those items that we think, we make recommendations to the staff and the board on maintenance and possible future facilities that we might need. I don't want to go into everything that was done during the year because we had a very busy year, and we had there were a lot of things that were involved, including some very very complicated policy changes that were done this last year and took quite a bit of time. And one of the other accomplishments that we did is working with Russ Boston, we created a maintenance spreadsheet where we track on a monthly basis all those items that we had indicated needing maintenance or changes. Those are all indicated on the spreadsheet, and Russ updates that on a monthly basis so we know where we are at all times. In order to keep this short, I would just like to thank all the members of the Property Committee. It's been my pleasure to serve with them, and I think that we did a really good job this last year, and I look forward to whoever gets the Property Committee for next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Chatton. It was a very busy year. We admire the dedication of your committee and all. Thank you. We'll turn now to Director Rudy Grom, who was the chairperson of our golf committee this year.
Thank you, President Novello. Good afternoon to everyone. As she said, I'm Rudy Grom. I was chairman of the golf committee this past year. It was a real pleasure. I feel the committee really fulfilled its primary role, which is to act as a liaison between the residents of this community and the governing board. When I say governing board, that includes the staff in the overall operation of our golf courses. As part of our committee, I had 6 additional very dedicated homeowners. That was Julie Klieger, Vanessa Stevens, Kathy Lindahl, David Eichner, Ron Decker, and John Chatton, who you just heard from, and we were all active participants during the 9 meetings that were held this past year. Over the year, we discussed a lot of different items, all related to golf, as our meetings always ran quite long, as we were fortunate enough to have residents present who brought their ideas forward, and we really discussed them to try to work any problems out. We covered such things as group play, our tee time reservation system, and one of the things that we may get to someday will actually be dynamic pricing, which will actually help our golf courses operate even better at a higher rate of use. We looked at all of our policies as we're required to do. We didn't make any changes this year, but we did make a couple of recommendations, and one of them was there are new procedures for golf carts so that we don't cause any damage to our courses, and those procedures are posted at all of our golf courses. The committee during the fall went out and toured our golf courses during the overseeding period, which gives us an opportunity to see what exactly takes place during overseeding. And we also just had another tour this spring where we had a USGA rep come out and talk to us about the new grass that was planted on the 9th hole at Echo Mesa. And he explained to us all the differences between the different type of Bermuda grasses and the difficulties we're faced with in trying to grow grass here in the desert. So it's a difficult thing, but I think we're doing our best in trying to get the best grass and to be on our golf courses. With all that being said, once again, I want to thank the 6 members of the committee, along with our 2 staff advisors, Pat O'Hara and Todd Patty, who just, they were there to help us the whole time. And the best thing I can say to you right now is with the summer heat, there are plenty of tee times available. Get out there and enjoy the golf courses. Thank you.
Here, here, Director Grom. The courses are playing well, even in the heat. Our next update comes from Governing Board Director and Chairperson of the Sports Pavilion and Bowling Committee, Director Jolene Piaskowski.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, so I'll make this brief. Last year, we set some goals, the Sports Pavilion, and we had to review the policies. The policies went fine. We had a little quirk in some wording, but we changed that and we got that done. The other was to support the Pavilion Grill, and we invited her twice to our meetings to let the community know what she can do for the community, and we also encouraged other committees to have that done, and I believe charter clubs also did that, which was really nice. They're very busy having events for clubs, so that's great that we are giving that support. And now that she's opened the Boost Bar, hopefully we'll all go for a little caffeine drink. Anyway, and then the other thing was to support Lizard Acres. In the past, we've had people say that they couldn't get in, on Friday events. We did not find that at all this year, so we did not pursue that. If we do in coming years, we will figure out what we can do, but that's all been good. Let's see what else. We did face a little bit of a challenge in the billiard room with their lighting and with between the surveying of the billiard people. We have 2,600 billiard people that go to that room last year. That's a unique person. So that means that there's a lot of people that go to that room to play pool. So, but anyway, we got that all resolved too, which was great. My recommendation for next year is that we would add some billiard players to it and maybe some people that would go to the pub. So we have a more rounded committee. Right now, the committee that I had this year was basically a lot of bowlers. Some frequent the billiard, but not a lot. So I'm hoping to include more of those members on my committee, if I get the committee. Anyway, I would like to thank you for letting me serve on this committee. I also wanted to make sure that you all understand that we had a great team. My committee was wonderful. We all talked about everything with respect for everybody. And of course, it was a great joy working with Gary, because Gary just truly loves his job and it shows. So I thank you. I thank you for allowing me to serve you guys. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolene. So that's the report from our 5 standing committees. We'll move on now. We commissioned this year 2 special committees. One was the Torch Special Committee, chaired by Bob Wilson. Bob had a conflict this afternoon and he had to leave about 30 minutes ago. So on his behalf, I want to remind those of us who are still here remaining that there are applications for the newly revised Sun City West Citizens Academy available at the back of the room. There's also a brand new, newly launched website where you can go online to not only learn about the academy, but also to sign up. So nice renovations coming up. And so we thank Bob for chairing that committee. and look forward to seeing some more really great and interesting things coming up from the Sun City West Citizens Academy in the coming year. The governing board has already renewed that special committee for the following year. So we'll move on now to item 10.07, our governing board election special committee that was chaired this year by Kathy Estes.
I would like first to thank the members of our committee this year, Leslie Young, Steve Murray, Ron Capriotti, Merle Schwebke, Judy Thompson, Susan Sagahorn, and myself, Kathy Estes, as chair, our staff advisor, Katie O'Grady, and our support, Karen Repkin, for all of the work that they have done to help us. So the Election Special Committee is established under Policy C02, and the remit is to oversee and administer the election process and supervise the voting. The chairperson is to keep the governing board president informed generally of the election process as it occurs and alert the president to any problems or issues that occurred. We had 8 open meetings, 1 closed meeting to discuss the questions for the candidate forum. And we reviewed all of the documents that are used during the election process and updated those where they are appropriate for accuracy, clarity, and brevity. There were 4 governing board positions available for the 26-27 year, 3 positions for 3-year terms, and 1 position for a 1-year term, and I think 4 candidates who stepped up to run for those positions. The committee conducted several events during the election cycle, an orientation to familiarize the candidates with guidelines for campaigning, a candidate forum in a town hall type setting that encouraged residents to submit questions to the candidates, and a meet and greet which allowed candidates to interact with each candidate individually. Both of these events were videoed and available for viewing on the RCSCW YouTube channel. A committee will be analyzing participation in these events to identify if there are other avenues that would be more effective in engaging our owner members in the election process. Also on the ballot this year were 2 initiatives that would update the bylaws relating to the election process, clarifying definition of absentee ballots and allowing some flexibility for setting election process dates per policy. 24,902 owner members received ballots, 21.3% owner members voted, 5,312 members cast a ballot via online, and about 30 members voted in person at the Library Data Resource Center, and 4 members had assisted absentee ballot voting. Results were announced after the polls closed, with Ron Petrin, Alan Schlimmer, and Sandra Forsey being elected to the 3-year terms, and Mike Cassanda to fill the 1-year term. Both ballot initiatives passed with over 86% of the vote, and we had made some updates to the policies to approve with those, to align with the bylaws. At this time, the committee has no recommendations for changes to the bylaws or policies, but stay tuned. You may be hearing from us in the fall. The election committee exists to ensure that every election is conducted according to bylaws and policies in a fair and transparent manner. I thank the board and the staff for supporting the committee in that endeavor. It's been my pleasure to serve as the chair of the committee for this past year, and thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you to your committee. So with that, we've had our updates from our standing committees and our 2 special committees. So I'll turn to our Corporate Secretary and Director, Sandra Forsey, for item number 1008, sorry.
Item 1008, committee end of the year filings. The June 2026 end of the year governing board committee and special committee reports have been accepted as filed information.
Thank you. No votes required on that. So we're moving on to new business. Woohoo! Item number 1101 involves our governing board election special committee. I'll turn to Director Alan Schlemmer to initiate the motion, please.
Thank you, President Novello. I move that the governing board approve the extension of the governing board election special committee through June 2027.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Director Williams. Is there any discussion on that motion? Directors, excellent. Any questions from our residents? Thank you. Quick reread, please, Director Schlemmer, and we'll put it to a vote.
Yes, I move that the governing board approve the extension of the governing board election special committee through June 2027.
Thank you. We'll start with Director Chatton online.
Yes.
Thank you. Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Crum?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
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 Thank you. And thank you, directors. The motion passes unanimously. And thank you also for jumping in so I didn't have to fumble your last names while I called you by your first name. Moving on to 11 which I know is perfectly acceptable, especially at this date. 11.02, we also have a policy that was just referred to by Kathy Estes. This is policy CO2 related to our elections. The changes in policy will align us better to our newly revised bylaws. So for that motion, I'll turn to Director Rudy Grum.
Oh, thank you, President Novello. Okay, the motion is, I move the governing board approve the proposed in-gross revisions to policy C02, annual election of directors at section 3, election timetable as redlined.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Director Turner seconds. Any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from our audience? Could you reread it one more time, Director Grom? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This motion actually puts this wording directly in line with our bylaws. So I move the governing board approve the proposed in-gross revisions to policy C02, annual election of directors at section 3, election timetable as redlined.
Thank you. We'll start with you, Director Turner, this time.
Yes.
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 And Director Chatton?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So motion passes. Last and definitely not least, probably one of the most important motions of our year. This pertains to how we're going to move forward on our budget. So we, for those of you following along, of course, we've analyzed and eventually approved our budget. So now we need to go forth and actually start the process of spending that budget and starting the projects that we have authorized. So I'll turn to our Director Ann Becknell for the motion under 1103.
I may be taking this out of order somewhat. I think I mentioned to you before the start of the meeting that there was one item we had left off, which was the platform tennis courts that we had approved back in.
You are totally out of line. So
Okay.
just if we could make the motion and then
All
you're
right.
welcome to discuss. I'm sorry,
There we
Director
go.
Becknell.
That's why I was trying to find out. Thank you very much. Okay, motion 1103, facts and findings, expenditure, GM purchase authorization on FY 26-27 budgeted items over $50,000. I move that the governing board approve the projected expenditures for each listed project in the facts and findings and authorize the general manager to execute the necessary contracts, purchase orders, and checks for each project per the requirements of policy FI 10, noting projects that exceed the approved amounts will follow governing board policy FI 01, section 3.2, and/or policy FI 10. In addition, the general manager will review the following projects with the governing board prior to signing the associated contract, purchase order, and/or check: R.H. Johnson Courtyard renovation, website redesign, member portal integration, R.H. Johnson pool deck resurface, and Beardsley Flooring and Swim and Fitness Locker Room, Shower, and Restroom Tile.
Thank you. That was a long motion, and we will get to that discussion point in a moment. Do I have a second? Director Piaskowski, thank you for seconding. Director Becknell, I believe what you were referring to, well, you can speak for yourself. The platform tennis, we had some discussions earlier in the year about the timing of when to start that project. Is that what you were
That's right.
concerned with?
So
could you?
when we had reviewed and discussed the replacement of the platform tennis courts, we had done so with the caveat that we wanted to wait until the master plan was finalized in September to make sure that it was in line with what the community was looking for from the master plan, whether they should be more multi-purpose or still maintain the status of being platform tennis only, whatever the case might be. But we had discussed that during our meeting, and I believe it was in March where it was discussed that that was going to happen.
So I'm going to turn to our general manager in terms of the timing of when the work would begin. I remember this doesn't necessarily require a change in the motion. That's nor the facts and findings. It's really just something that we could potentially, if agreed upon at the board level, something that we could agree to capture in meeting minutes.
Yeah, so if the desire of the board is to wait, that's certainly fine. We can just wait until we have more direction from the board after the master plan. Herschel, did you want to chime in on that timing-wise?
We'll also need to, of course, we'll need to query the board to make sure that that is indeed the intention.
Yes, so, and I believe I mentioned this at an earlier meeting. So you can wait. However, the tennis center wanted to see the project completed before February because they have a big tournament coming then.
Right.
If you wait until September, the issue is the contractors have told me they need to start in August because of the time frames of doing the concrete and everything. Then it has to cure for 30 days before they put the coating down. They don't want to put the coating down during the time when they're not getting maximum sunlight on it, because it needs sunlight to cure. Where it's situated, where the walls are and everything, it's going to be in shade much of the time once you get into the October, November, December time frame, and it probably will not cure properly. So you could have an issue if you wait that. So you have basically one of two choices. You can go ahead and do it in that October time frame, October, November time frame. The coating wouldn't go down until November if you're waiting until September on the master plan. And I wouldn't recommend that you do that, so you won't have it completed by the February tournament, and then we just do it later on next year. Or you plan accordingly. I just want to give you what those constraints are, and you decide how you want it to turn out. So.
Director Becknell, any thoughts? And we'll open it up to governing board discussion at that point.
Well, this is the first time I'm hearing that there's a problem with starting it in October after we'd had a chance to review the master plan. So I haven't had time to evaluate what Herschel just said, but it's just that's what we had discussed at the time, that we did want to repair the courts. We just wanted to make sure when they got repaired, were they going to still be repaired and reutilized as platform tennis courts, or be something more multifunctional? And that was sort of the bottom line. So this is the first I'm hearing that starting it in October would be a no-go or be a problem.
Yes, Director Piaskowski.
When you say multi-purpose, tennis came to us, told us that they would be using it for platform and red ball, correct? And so I don't know any other multi-purpose that there would be down there besides tennis or platform. Platform tennis or and that's multi-purpose, correct. But the fact of the matter is that I didn't think we were pulling anybody else in to that area.
When
I
we,
wrong?
yeah, when we looked at the minutes, what we had noted at the time was very briefly in the minutes, just noting that the board would benefit from hearing making the priority call, right, in September. Not the, we didn't capture the usage, but wanted to capture the fact that wanted to wait to start if possible. So that's what, when I reviewed the minutes and I'm sorry that I didn't go back to you on that. When I reviewed the minutes, that's what we captured back in our discussions in March, that it would be preferable to wait if we could, but this is the time to speak up. Right. So I didn't capture anything for multi-purpose in that particular discussion, Director Becknell. When I say I didn't note it in our minutes. I believe what we wanted to see was from a priority standpoint to ensure that that was still a key priority.
But did we not also discuss the fact that we wanted to have it done before the USTA tennis tournament? And in order to
We
do
did.
that,
We
had
absolutely,
to
we
get that
absolutely
done.
did. And we approved the project as described.
Okay,
So we did, and that is in our minutes. So I'm not sure how we want to proceed though, Director Becknell, how you would, and how the rest of the board feels about it. It is something that we said we would prefer to do, but the information we just got was the first time we had a chance to have an update on the timing. Do we still, if we hold off and wait, it sounds to me that there's a risk that the renovation would not be complete in time for the USTA tournament. Director Schlemmer first, and then we might have a question from Director Chatton, I'm not sure.
Yes.
So, having listened to the discussion, and my recollection is very much aligned to what Director Piaskowski said, I believe when the tennis club came to us with the concern about the condition of these courts, they also was about the same time proposing the tennis tournament. These courts currently are platform tennis courts, but they aren't usable because of the condition that they're in. I can't think of any reason why we wouldn't want to move forward to get those courts repaired and restored. I don't hear anything coming from the master plan that would tell me that we would change what we use these couple of tennis courts for. And we do have this tournament coming up. My recommendation is we give the general manager and staff the authority to move forward on this project along with the others that are in this memorandum. And that we meet the needs of the tennis club and we meet the need to have this done before the tournament so that we are promoting the best aesthetic view of Sun City West, as our residents earlier today were so eloquently telling us is one of the attributes of the community they like most.
Okay, we'll go to Director Chatton first, and I think you were trying to make a point earlier.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the motion as originally stated is correct. We've had this discussion on a couple of occasions. I don't know why we single out one project to wait until the master plan results are in. There are all kinds of projects that are scheduled to be done in the next year. And we're not putting all them on the table waiting for the master plan. I think we need to move ahead with the renovations as originally proposed and leave the motion just the way it is. Thank you.
And Director Becknell, if you did want to pursue, you would make a motion to amend the motion that you just made. It doesn't mean I believe that's the case, right? So so if you would like to proceed to amend the motion, you've heard some of the input from your fellow directors. Would you like to make that motion, or how would you like to proceed on your comment?
Well, it was never my intention to not try to fix the platform tennis courts. It was just the fact that we did have the discussion back in March, and that we'd overlooked it in the last discussion we had about these items, and I wanted to bring it back to our attention again.
Right.
But given the information that Herschel's provided today, that it would cause a timing difficulty and impede our ability to put our best foot forward for the tennis club in February, then I would say I wouldn't amend my emotion.
Yeah.
Wouldn't amend my motion, not my emotion.
Say that 5 times fast. No, and again, to your credit, you remembered the conversation that we had in passing at one of those, and it was the first opportunity we had to ask the question of follow-up for Herschel. So thanks for the follow-up, Herschel. Any other discussion, directors, before we, Director Grom?
Thank you. Yeah. In looking at what has been moved, it is my understanding there is no deadline on this list. True? I mean, we are giving kind of carte blanche approval for all these projects, even after the board returns into session, after the September timeframe? We no longer need to approve these? Is that what this motion?
That is correct. That is correct. The 4 items that we called out last week are the ones that the board will receive an update on prior to Stephen moving forward to sign a contract. Other than that, we are delegating that vendor selection and delegating that responsibility to Stephen, as we've done in the past. There'll be updates along the way as we normally receive them as a board in our monthly updates from the CFO, et cetera, and in all of our committees. But no, you are correct.
So then the intention of the motion is not simply for any required approvals during the 2 months when we normally do not meet. It continues for the entire year.
It continues for the entire year. Any other questions? Any questions from our residents? Anything online come in on this one, Director Forsey?
Nope, we move along.
So it's a mouthful, but Anne, if you could please reread that very lengthy motion for us, and we'll put it to a vote.
I move that the governing board approve the project expenditures for each listed project and the facts and findings, and authorize the general manager to execute the necessary contracts, purchase orders, and checks for each project per the requirements of policy FI-10, noting projects that exceed the approved amounts will follow governing board policy FI-01/section 3.2 and/or policy FI-10. In addition, the general manager will review the following projects with the governing board prior to signing the associated contract, purchase orders, and/or check: R.H. Johnson Courtyard renovations, website redesign and member portal integration, R.H. Johnson pool deck resurface, and Beardsley flooring and swim and fitness locker, shower room, restroom tile.
Thank you. We'll put it to a vote now. John, Director Chatton, we will start with you.
Yes.
Director Williams? Grom?
No.
Yes.
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 Thank you. The yeas have it, and the motion passes. Thanks, directors. We've completed our new business, and we'll move on now to Section 12, report filings. Once again, we turn it to Director Ann Becknell.
Thank you. The March-April year-to-date 2026 financials have been reviewed and accepted by the Budget and Finance Committee. They have been filed.
Thank you, Director Becknell. We'll move on then for the room full of people who are here, we'll recognize some board service. So Director Alan Schlemmer will join me at the podium.
If you ever want to know where surprises are kept, they're down here. I want to start with a little personal note on this. You know, my very first, I think it was my first year, maybe my second year on the Torch Committee. This young lady came in and she got assigned to the team that myself and Karen Gamble were heading up. And, I think that although she had been in Sun City West for, I think 5 years at that point, or 4 years, she was just really getting involved in the community and was on the Budget and Finance Committee. And the thing I always liked about Christine during that time, and I knew she would be a great board president, and it was very simply why. She liked my history comments during Torch. But at any rate, Christine, on behalf of the entire board, I want to thank you, not just for your 3 years of service on the board, but for your incredible last year of serving as the board president. You have done a great job, and you've left the board in really good place. So on behalf of the board, Christine Novello, in recognition and appreciation of outstanding, and I mean that sincerely, outstanding volunteerism and dedication to the recreation centers of Sun City West, congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. I frequently joke that it was Alan who got me into this, because it was at the Torch Committee that I decided to run for the governing board. So thank you for that. And now it's my pleasure and distinct honor to honor Kay Williams. Director Williams has served this board with great distinction, and not only for the past 3 years, but for several years prior. My job today is to recognize specifically her service most recently. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, Kay and I were both elected to the board, including Alan, but Kay and I were elected to the board starting in July of 2023. But Kay was also appointed to serve a special term starting in August of 2022. So she's served consecutively since then, and in various capacities, including our governing board secretary, the chairperson of our properties committee, and unofficially serving as our board historian. So Kay has served our community at many points in the past, including 3 years in 2013 and 2016 on the governing board as well. We can't thank you enough, Kay, for everything you've done for our community, but today, in recognition and appreciation of outstanding volunteerism and dedication to the recreation centers of Sun City West, we'll present to you this certificate and our tremendous thanks for everything you've done.
It has been an honor to serve on this board 7 years. I've laughingly said that when this day came, I would write a book. I'm going to start on it tomorrow. I have the title. The title will be "You Won't Believe the Crap That Goes On in Sun City West." I'm sure it'll be a bestseller. I want to thank you all for your support. It has been my pleasure. And my husband is relieved that I no longer need to wear my name tag at home so he can remember who the heck I am. Thank you.
I also wish to honor and thank our parliamentarian, Bonnie Ellis. There's so much that goes into running a meeting in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. My knowledge scratches the very, very bare surface of that, but anything I was able to accomplish this year with complications and challenges that started on day one, I owe so many thanks individually to Bonnie. But the board owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to its volunteer parliamentarian. Her depth of experience and knowledge as a parliamentarian is really amazing. And since we are by bylaws bound to follow Robert's Rules of Order, we really owe her such a debt of gratitude for her advisory that goes far beyond how to make a motion. Really, for those of you, it's hard to explain the depth of her experience and her knowledge and her advisory to the board overall, and specifically to the governing board president. So on behalf of the board, I present today this certificate to Bonnie Ellis in recognition of exceptional and dedicated service as the governing board parliamentarian since 2020.
Thank you. It's been fun. I didn't wear cool shoes today, but.
Bonnie's usually also very appreciative of my cool and wacky shoe choices, which I also appreciate. So we're moving on now to item 14. We'll take some comments if there are any before we turn the gavel over. So board directors, we'll start with you, Director Chatton. Do you have any comments?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you. Director Turner?
No, it's been an interesting year, and I'm looking forward to more interesting years as well.
Thank you. Director Becknell?
No, I just like to thank my fellow board members. It's been an exciting and educational year, and I look forward to serving the community again next year.
And Director Schlemmer?
I'd like to thank the folks who came out today. I know a lot of them have gone home, smart people. But I'd like to thank all the incredible support as well, and the staff and so forth. I echo the comments with regard to the board and also to our outgoing president. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I think today's meeting has been very positive and hopeful and uplifting, and I appreciate the time that everybody put in to their presentations. And I'm glad there's another year of this for me too. And let's wrap it up.
Thank you. Director Piaskowski?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Director Grom?
Nothing to add.
Director Williams? Thank you. I hear you. I was going to show a picture in comparison, and it was not pretty. So to our general manager, Stephen Erno.
Just want to thank the board for the good year that we've had and looking forward to the next year. So thank you for all your support.
Any additional comments from our attendees in person? Anything online? Well, thank you for you've made it through several hours. Bravo. Thank you. So we're going to move on now to item 15. And President-elect Alan Schlemmer will join me again at the podium. So as I mentioned, and as we've all mentioned, it's been quite a year. The governing board always works very, very hard. I'm tempted to quote the Grateful Dead. It's a long, strange trip, but it really wasn't that strange. It's really been a great experience. And I joined my now outgoing fellow director, Kay Williams, in a life of quiet reflection, where we can get to know our husbands again. And as I do that, I know that I leave the governing board, the incoming governing board, in excellent hands. They've elected Alan Schlemmer to serve as the governing board president. So it's my honor to turn the golden gavel, the official ceremonial gavel, over to you, Alan, with my congratulations and my highest expectations for continued success.
Thank you. Do I use this to hit myself in the head?
Don't hit me.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the board for your support. I look forward to a really great upcoming year.
Moving on to item 16, our president-elect, Alan Schlemmer, will introduce the governing board elected officers as well as committee chairperson people.
So I'm going to cover the next 3 bullets right in line. In addition to myself, the coming in officers for the next fiscal year, Vice President will be Nick Turner. Treasurer will be Director Ann Becknell. And Secretary will be Director Sandra Forsey. The chairs for the upcoming committees, this is probably the best kept secret, not really, in Sun City West. But at any rate, heading up the Properties Committee will be Nick Turner, Director Nick Turner. Budget and Finance returning is Director Ann Becknell. The Golf Committee will be Director John Chatton. The Chartered Clubs Committee will be Director Sandra Forsey. And the Sports Pavilion and Bowling Committee returning for a second year is Director Jolene Piaskowski. In addition to those committees, we have 2 special committees of the board. And so the first one of those is what we have historically called the Torch Committee, probably more appropriately now the Sun City West Citizens Academy Committee. And returning as the head of that committee will be Bob Wilson. And then for the Special Elections Committee of the Governing Board, I'm pleased that Kathy Estes has agreed to return to chair that committee. And that is the committees and officers for the incoming board starting July 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. So that wraps up our agenda for today. Our next, or I should say the next governing board workshop will be September the 18th, 2026. The next governing board regular meeting will be September the 24th of 2026. So I'm very pleased to call this meeting adjourned at 1:09 p.m. Thank you.